Have me on the mic. It's green. Yep, hello? Am I mic'd or no? Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I project anyway, so I think I'll be just fine. You really think it's that low? I can talk as loud as you want, but I'm worried about the recording. Yeah. Ugh, yeah. Usually that's what you're never supposed to do with microphones. Is put them too close to your mouth. Anyway, if you can hear me okay, I'm not worried about it. The recording's picking up fine, I'm sure. I just, for those of you that were in the room, and apparently on the live stream as well, if you saw on the live stream anything you weren't supposed to see, apparently I was displaying lots of my screen because they told me it wasn't going through, but, so I will need to ask them to edit the live stream, edit as soon as possible to cut that out. Follow along my slides because they my machine to make HDMI work, which doesn't make SCaLE organizers. That was the AV for the venue, who didn't know what they were talking about. But then I accidentally shut down my web server because I also had a root window open to that. And so down now, so you can't follow along my slides online, but they will be up on my on a URL at some point in the future. So the original plan for this talk was I was going to explain what happened at trial in the Vizio case. Because our trial was scheduled, if you came to my talk last year, for September of 2025. It was then rescheduled for January 2026. And an hour before the pretrial hearing, so the pretrial hearing is on a Thursday, the trial starts on a Monday. He's all there, we're all down here, not here, but in Orange County. And the judge clerk called the lawyers an hour before our hearing and said she had taken the trial off the calendar. In California, there are various rules about who gets trials first. There is a thing called a 5-year rule, which is if the case is pending for 5 years, it must go to trial before ones that aren't. And then within that, jury trials are prioritized over bench trials. We are having a bench trial in our case. So there was a 5-year jury trial, which is way ahead of us because we're just not yet at the 5-year mark, and we are also a bench trial. So her trial ran over, she canceled it. Well, I'll tell you more about that in a minute. But what I want to start with is ask everybody to consider masking. I haven't had a mask on mainly because I've been rushing around with this AV stuff, but most of the day you'll see me wearing a mask. I think it's a good I mean, it's supposed to have 2 things, but it could be. You saying, yeah, it's pretty unstable. Try it on this side. Yeah. I'm gonna try it on this side, but yeah, it's coming out of the speakers. Yeah, I can't. This thing will not get closer to me, so I can try it this way too. That's the way I had it before. It works on this ear, but not that ear. But okay, for some reason I had it both ways on this side, and it didn't work. Oh well. Okay. Well, anyway, I would like to encourage all of you to mask, particularly in the trade show floor and so forth. That's what I'm doing. We also have a booth at the Self Freedom Conservancy. It is sadly a proprietary firmware, but it tells you the air quality. The air is actually very good in here because of the high ceiling. So it's not as risky. It's kind of a proxy reading. But at big events like this, it's very important. I went to FOSDEM in 2025. I wore a mask the entire time because FOSDEM, you think this is crowded. FOSDEM is the most crowded event in open source and free software in the world every year. And I got COVID and I couldn't work for a month. So, I mean, COVID didn't kill me. I recovered fine, but free software lost a month of my work. So, and if you think about all the people that go to FOSDEM that work on free software and how many of them got COVID and how bad free and open source software was hurt by people not wearing masks at FOSDEM, this is why I still encourage best of biz events. So before I get deep into the Vizio case, especially because I don't have, I was hoping to give you how the trial went, I am going to update on something that was in the news just this week, and because it's California specific, I thought it was really important to spend some time. So I'm sorry you're getting not as advertised for a little bit of this content, but I think it's more valuable because a lot of it's going to be recycled from last year because not much has changed in the Vizio case since then. So a lot of people got concerned about this age verification law last week. The reason why is some BSD sub-projects no one has ever heard of announced that they were not going to distribute their software anymore in California, which caused a number of poorly written tech journalist articles that were searched saying the sky was falling in California with regard to open source and free software operating systems. The law was October 2025. See, it keeps moving. I can't keep it in the place that you want it. So it's the best I can do. The law was passed October 2025 and signed into law. And it was, I really don't like using a handheld mic, so I will do this way. It's going to move again, so it'll be good for a while and then it'll change again. But this is relatively loud, yeah. I really hate plugging in a handheld mic. I'm going to try this one more time, but if that's the only option, yeah, it's okay. All right, I'll just use the handheld. Okay. I don't, okay. Well, my talk quality is going to go down because I don't do very well with a handheld mic, so sorry about that. So this law was passed in October 2025. It was signed into law, and it doesn't go into effect until January 1st, 2027. Now, the date January 1st, 2026 is mentioned in some of the details about the law, and my theory is that basically people were confused and thought it went into effect back in January. One key thing to note is it's a business regulation, not a criminal statute. So it's not like if you don't comply with this law, you're going to go to prison. You can be fined by the state of California. And as I said, it doesn't go into effect for a while now. So we have a lot of time to deal with this thing. And I really do think that project that announced the sky was falling and that they had to withdraw their project from California entirely, I really, really think they were just overreacting to this law. So I don't think you should panic about it at all. If you've heard about it, don't worry about it. We've done some preliminary analysis at the Software Freedom Conservancy, and we're planning to publish a more comprehensive document. Obviously, this just became a big news item this week. We didn't see it as a top priority given the January timeframe. We've got a whole Vizio trial to do before then, so it wasn't our first priority, obviously, but we've now made it a higher priority because the world seems to be freaking out about it. But one of the things in the research I've done this week, I've discovered is there have been no regulations issued yet. And if you're familiar at all with how state governments tend to operate, I live in Oregon and it's very similar there. Everything's in the details, right? So normally what happens is a statute is passed and then the regulatory body of the state gets together and writes much more detailed regulations of how they're actually going to enforce that particular legislation. And I did comprehensive research. There is no pending discussion about any regulations for this law. There's none planned, and there's none been issued. So we really should wait until we get some regulation, especially, and if there isn't some, I'm really not that worried because California also has this really neat thing that I just learned about this week, which is really, I usually hold questions at the end. If it's absolutely urgent, I'm happy to take it, but I'm already flustered enough. So I really appreciate not getting opted. Okay, well, is it okay if I hold questions? Is that okay with you? I mean, I'm already extremely flustered because of all the AV problems. I'd really just like to finish my talk, and then I'm happy to take any questions you have, and I will be in the booth for the entire rest of the weekend. So California actually forbids what's called underground regulation. And this is a situation where someone in the state government writes something down, writes a rule down and starts following it, or otherwise directs people to follow certain rules. You actually have the ability to petition as citizens of California if you believe underground regulations have occurred and get that redressed by the government. So if this law goes into effect and if it starts being enforced right away and there have been no actual official regulations issued, we'll have this opportunity to figure out if there's underground regulations happening. The other thing to note about the law is that it is not DRM, it's not restricted boot, it's not saying you have to give a verified boot chain that verified age that cannot be modified, says nothing like that. It does use the word secure method, and it's clear from context. They mean you have to transmit the age verification data over HTTPS or something similar. So it really just means encrypt it when you send it to the other side. And I've looked into like how we actually implement this. I'm pretty sure you can implement this on Debian and comply if you just, anytime somebody adds a user, which means we probably have to put it in the installer because the installer lets you add a user, you select an age range, what your age range is, and then you just patch Firefox and Chromium to have a JavaScript API that can answer that, and Debian would be in compliance if it had that with the law. And also, there's nothing in the law that makes the operating system vendor, as it's defined in the law, responsible for like getting an ID. Like in some states, people are having to like scan in IDs and upload them to get to websites. That's not what this law says. The user can lie to you, and it is not your fault, and you have no responsibility to figure out if the user's lying to you. Ironically, the person making the app, right? So Google in the App Store, they might have to worry about that, but you don't. Because if they have and here's why. There's this goofy little thing in the law that says, if by other means you've done age verification, then you are required to use that data instead of what you got from the operating system. So if Google got the kid's ID when they set up the phone, and Google knows it's a 15-year-old using the device, and Google doesn't correctly correct you so that the 15-year-old says, oh, I'm 50. And then you say, oh, user said they were 50, and Google knows the user's really 15 because it's an Android device, that's like some sort of Android app store using Google Play Apps, Google Play App Store. Google gets in trouble for that, not you, not Debian, or Android in that case. So I think, I'm surprised Mozilla's not paying attention to this because their plugin archive would be an example where they're kind of like an app store and they might be covered by the app store provisions. But nobody who makes operating systems is going to be covered by the app store part of the provisions. The other thing that happened is when signing it, I don't know why governors do this. I've seen a lot of them do it. They don't like a bill for political reasons because it was to save the children from horrible whatever online. They sign it and then they issue one of these publishing signing statements, which is this is a link, but obviously my website's down right now, so you can't click on the link, but it's easy, if you search for it, you'll find it quickly. And he is obviously very concerned about how the bill is drafted. So for all we know, the legislature could come back into session and just basically overturn the law this year with something else, or just repeal it altogether. All that's within real realm of possibility. So that's the content on that. We will be publishing at SFC a comprehensive analysis. That is sort of our quick take analysis that given a week of wall clock time to do. And I'm happy to take questions on it at the end of the talk. But I want to move on to the Vizio case, which is really now the Walmart case. Because during our lawsuit, Walmart acquired Vizio for $2 billion. They are now using that money to pay very expensive lawyers to stop us from getting the source code. Walmart is, Vizio is a wholly owned subsidiary now of Walmart, so it's just like Red Hat and IBM. There is no real Red Hat anymore. It's just IBM, and they have a division called Red Hat. Walmart now has a division called Vizio. And it's very fascinating to think about that there's, this is and we're now fighting the largest retailer in the world who has decided they don't want to give us source code. I want to go briefly over, I'll go relatively quickly through this because I know some of you were at my talk last year, which we talked about this last year as well. We initially got a report that Vizio was failing to comply with the GPL in 2012, and we investigated that, and then it looked like they weren't. We moved on to other matters. 2018, we got another report. And my colleague Denver Gingrich, who's here, he's also speaking later today on a different track. I hope to go to his talk as well. He decided to open what we call open the matter. So we basically decided to send them a cease and desist letter, ask them to redress and fix the problems of not giving any source code. In fact, they had no offer for source code whatsoever. So they have to make an offer and then have to honor that offer. And Denver spent most of 2019, sorry, this is supposed to be reviews 6 candidates, from January through December 2019, they go back and forth with these, what we call the complete corresponding source code candidate. What that is we tell the company, get us a source code, and they give us something that they say is the source code. It's never actually the source code. It is some source code for some things that happen to be in the firmware, which usually don't build. And then we go back to them and give them a list of problems with that candidate. Then they send us another candidate, and it has all the same problems and then more. And then we go back and forth, and we were on 6 when we got there. The most, by the way, I've ever had in a matter is 28 before they got into compliance. So finally, in December that year, 2019, note the date, by the way. That's an important date, 2019, of this December of 2019. Denver has this call with Vizio and walks them through the problems, explains it to them, and then they ghost us. So Denver, a very, very persistent person Denver is, in some ways more persistent than me. And he kept sending emails. Every month he would send an email. I'm following up from our call. We were expecting a new source code candidate, and they never replied. Now note that date. Now we're in the middle of the pandemic, the worst of the pandemic. And then Denver goes on family leave for most of 2020, for most of the summer of 2021. When he went on family leave, he said, well, can you check in on some of the enforcement matters I had open? There's a database here, go poke around. And if you have time, check in on them. So the other thing was going on, of course, this was actually right during the second variant of like when we all got vaccines, and then we thought we were going to be fine, and then there was a new variant the vaccine didn't work for, and then we're all like, back in our houses again. And I was like, on all these video calls, and video calls are horrible. Like I miss old school like phone conference calls, and the reason why is I've worked from home for about 15 years now, and the only reason I have folded laundry, clean kitchen, et cetera, is because of conference calls, right? I would just walk around doing stuff while I was on mute and get stuff done in the house. On video, it's really hard to do that because they're expecting you to be staring at the stupid camera the whole time. So what I decided to do was, yeah, I hate using these kind of mics. I'm not good at it. Yeah, I hear you. I'll do the best I can. It's just not the way I'm used to speaking. I'm sorry. Yeah. Look, I'm doing the best I can here. We have like a series of AV problems without support, so I'm doing the best I can with the AV I've got. I wanted a big screen, right? I wanted to be able to like put a big screen in the kitchen, put one in the laundry area, and just do video calls, like be able to walk around and do video calls. I'm like, well, what's the best thing to use this for? A Linux box with a giant display attached to it. Well, what is any TV today but a Linux box with a giant display attached to it? So I was like, you know what? I'm going to go buy, Denver wanted me to check in anyway. I'm going to go buy a bunch of Vizio TVs and see if maybe they just goes to Denver because they fixed all the problems. So I tried them out, and there was no offer for source code. Now, it turns out if you read through all the litigation papers, you'll see they disputed that. The version of the TVs I bought, you could not see the offer for source until you connected the device to the internet, which is, in our opinion, a failure to offer source code because you cannot assume the consumer who gets the device even can afford to have an internet connection. There are poor people in this world who want to watch TV over the regular airwaves, which still broadcast HDTV. So that was, in our view, a no source or offer violation. We eventually conceded in the progress of the case that they had addressed that issue. You now, on current version, at least the era I last checked, which is 6 months ago now, you could see an offer for source even if the thing wasn't connected to the internet. So they have addressed that issue. So they're making an offer, but the offer's no good. And so we ended up filing a lawsuit over the whole thing. And we approached this lawsuit very differently than ones you might have heard about in the past. So we are a copyright holder in a lot of different open source and free software programs, BusyBox, Samba, Linux, a number of other programs. I don't know the whole list of all the copyrights we hold, but we did not file a copyright case. We did not, we say it in legal speak, you say, we didn't plead the copyright holdings. What we did was, we said, well, we bought these TVs. I went to Best Buy and Target and bought them for work. because I was going to build these video conference things in my house to do video conferences for work. So SFC is a consumer who purchased the device. So our argument in the case is we are a third-party beneficiary of the GPL agreement and the LGPL agreement. What that means is the original developers copyrighted the software which allowed them to release in the GPL. Copyright's a really interesting thing, right? It's a certain statutory right, but there's also this thing in the legal stuff. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, but this thing called the extra element test, which says if you license your copyrights to somebody and then you make requirements, you still have a contractual claim if they don't meet those requirements. So if I write a song for you, I can't write a song, so if I write a poem for you, I can't write a poem. If I write an essay for you on copyleft, which I can do, and I decide I hate copyleft now and I want to make it proprietary, and so I tell you, well, if you want to redistribute this, because copyright gives me the control to decide if you can redistribute it, you have to pay me $1 million. And I give it to you, and you redistribute it. I now have two different claims against you. I have a claim of copyright infringement, because you infringed my copyrights, because you distributed it without permission, but I also have a contractual claim against you, because you didn't pay me the $1 million. So I can sue you both for copyright infringement and for contract breach, or either. So in this case, we only sued for the contractual breach, but the contractual breach between the original developers who released the software under GPL and LGPL and Vizio. They have a contract, which is the GPL or LGPL, depending on which program it is. So we are a third-party beneficiary because that license says if you redistribute it, you must make an offer for source valid to all third parties. That phrase literally appears in the GPL, to give them source code. And the other thing we did is people ask a lot, like, why didn't you just sue them for a lot of money? There's a really important reason we didn't do that. That's because we asked as our remedy, not money, but specific performance. And what that means is we said specific performance of the complete corresponding source code that matches what the GPL and LGPL says that should be. So that was what our claim was. Now the first thing Vizio did was claim that it was not a contract case, and they got it what's called removed to federal court. So what a defendant is allowed to do is say, this claim has no right to be in state court. You should never have brought it in state court, and so we're going to go to the federal court, and the federal court will actually grab the case, pull it out of state court, and take it up to the federal level. We obviously opposed that. There was a hearing, and motions, and all the usual legally things, and the federal court for the Southern District of California decided that Vizio was wrong, that in fact we had a contract claim, the extra element test applied, it could be a pure contract claim, and they remanded it back to state court. So it went right back to the same court that it was in before. Now, around this time, we started to attempt to settle, and we believe deeply that you should treat people as if they meant to act well, and we felt we should give Vizio every opportunity to talk with us and try to get the source code correct. That's why we've had so many rounds of candidates. We've had 3 of 4 of them, I think, in the time of the case. That's after the other 6 we had way back in 2018 and 2019. And the other thing was going on is discovery. So discovery is this process in the legal system where each side gets to ask each other all sorts of questions. So they get to ask the people questions, so they have to sit for things called depositions, and they get to ask you interrogatories, which are written questions, and they just get to ask you for all the email you've written ever. I think I produced, 8,000 emails in the case. They gave us an incredibly broad request. And I was like, oh, I can search mine. And our lawyers were like, don't, well, I shouldn't say what lawyers said because I can't waive attorney-client privilege. But there was a thought of like, is this going to be burdensome to produce? And I was like, no, I got search tools. I just search all my email forever. So, producing thousands and thousands of emails. Why they wanted all those emails, I do not know. They asked me tons of questions about my personal relationship with Richard Stallman, and that it is no longer a good relationship. Why they wanted to know that, I don't know, but apparently that's relevant to this case somehow. I don't know. They think it is. So that kind of stuff happens. But the discovery process generally, it's
it's difficult, but I love this quote from a Star Trek episode, I forget what season, it's called Measure of a Man. It's where, Star Trek Next Generation, where they're trying to decide if Data has rights. Interesting topic for today, does an AI, does the AI android have human rights? And Picard, lawyer Picard, in his lawyer mode, he says, a courtroom is a crucible where we burn away our relevancies to get to the truth. And I've always thought discovery process is that. There's a lot of irrelevant stuff that comes up in discovery, and you burn away all the irrelevancies to get to the truth. So the legal system's flawed, but it has some, there's motivations for why it's designed the way it is. We amended the complaint to concede. I mentioned before, we conceded that there's now an offer. We're not trying to claim anymore that you don't make an offer, because now you do. So we amended the complaint, and then there's all sorts of motions back and forth. They're all on a website. If you go to sfconservancy.org/Vizio, and there's a short URL for sfc.ngo/Vizio, that will also get you there. You can read everything. Well, not everything. We put up basically key documents. The court does a lot of procedural documents as well, and we haven't put those up just because it's like, you'll be clicking through and you'll be like, the court affirms that everybody showed up and gave us their papers, and like, that's not worth reading. So, as I mentioned before, we showed up in January. Those of you who were here last year, I invited you all to come in September. We invited people online to come in January. I invite you again to come in August. We do think this is pretty certain. Watch our website, obviously, and don't book travel plans. Or if you book them, you don't have to book travel plans. I guess you have to look at the traffic or something, but if you're local. But yeah, don't make sure you check like the weekend before the trial starts, before you drive down to Orange County. So I want to talk a little bit about, I think I'm going to probably go right to time. I have till 12:15, right? Yeah, I think with all the AV stuff. I think we lost time for questions because of all the AV problems here. So I will be in the booth if you have questions, but I'm just going to get through the rest here. So there was a lot of GPL and LGPL source code that's still completely missing. There are binaries on the TV for which we have absolutely no source code that are licensed on GPL and LGPL. Some of the source code they produced has source code, but it is under an incompatible license with the GPL and or LGPL. And of course, we are still missing the scripts used to control compilation and installation. If you've seen my talks before, I've talked a lot about those scripts. And more importantly, related to those scripts, the LGPL programs do not operate with the modified version as the LGPL requires. You can actually get this source code candidate. You would think, because that's Microsoft's GitHub site, which usually what you find there is source code, you would think that would be a link to source code. It's not a link to a source code. They put a document on GitHub that tells you how to request source code from them in a different method. I don't know why. That's what they do. So the list I'm going to give here, I'm just going to give you a rough list of some of the things that are still missing in their source code candidate. I won't cover all of them, and I'm not conceding that this is the only ones. When I'm played back at deposition this talk, which I may well be, or I'm sorry, at trial, I will remind everyone that I said this is not an exhaustive list. This is just a selection of a few things to give you a flavor. So we're missing source code still for this, this and their modifications to E2FS progs, to C library, GNU C library 2.21. They also have a copy of the GNU C library 2.27, because they actually have their firmware is a VM inside a VM, so it's very complex. So there's like it's very weird. And there's no source code for these modules at all. And the GPL specifically says you must provide the source code for the program in any modules. And here is a list of modules for Linux, which is GPL'd, that were not provided. And not only that, many of these, if you do mod info on them, it says license::GPL. So Vizio has told us definitively that at least some of these are definitely GPL modules, but has provided no source code whatsoever for them. Now here's the thing that Matt made a quizzical face about. There are some of the source files, these are from U-Boot, which is a GPL program, where they provided a source file, but at the top of it, it starts with, the information contained in here is confidential. This is a proprietary software. You may not copy, modify, or redistribute this software in any way. So they, I mean, this could be fixed with a wave of a pen, right? All they have to do is give us the source file again and say, oh, sorry, we meant to say it was GPL'd. but they have not done so. And then, of course, there's the scripts issue. All these licenses require the scripts used to control compilation and installation of the executables, and we've seen nothing like that. And it's most apparent with the LGPL stuff because they seem to have never read Section 6 of the LGPL because it's very clear about what you have to provide. And everyone kind of intuitively knows this, but I suspect many of you have not read this, at least recently. The LGPL is designed to allow you to make a library that will be known to be built with proprietary software. So it has all this extra language in it to say, look, when you recompile the library, say the GNU C library, either version that they provided, or actually, they're more than just two, one of the many versions of the GNU C library they provided, you have to give the user a mechanism so they can make changes to the C library and then relink it somehow and run it with the binary that's there. And there's options for static and dynamic linking in different parts of Section 6. Whether you can use one or the other depends on various details, but they have not done anything of this nature with regard to their requirements under 6A. So what's happening next? We may get lucky, we may get 5 minutes. I talk fast, we may get 5 minutes for questions. Keep that URL, like bookmark it, sfc.ngo/Vizio. We'll update it, we'll let you know, like please before you drive to Orange County for any hearing or trial you think is going on, check the website before you leave the house, just in case. We don't think it's gonna get rescheduled again, but we cannot guarantee that. And we've been queuing this up. It's funny, I was desperately queuing up releasing various documents that we were gonna release from the discovery right before the trial, just so people can look it over. And we want people to have full context when the trial starts, and so we're gonna release a lot of the irrelevant material from these big long depositions, of which probably none of which are gonna be discussed at trial. But we're gonna, as we get real close to trial, we're gonna release a lot of that material, so that you can, if you do come to the trial or just are following the trial, you can reference when they say, well, in your deposition on page whatever, you'll hopefully have a copy of that. Some of the parts of the depositions are confidential, so we won't be able to release those, but most of them are non-confidential and can be released. And there'll be the day of motions. So that's the Thursday before August 10th, whatever that is. I can't count right now because I'm so flustered from all the AV problems. But yeah, the Thursday before that Monday, there'll be a motion, which you can also come to if you just want to go to Orange County for the day to hear it. So it'll probably just be like 2 hours. What's that? It's the 6th, is it Thursday? Okay, thank you. Thank you for doing math for me because I can't do math anymore. So please come, especially, I say this at SCaLE just keep watching our website, make sure it's happening, but a lot of you are locals, so it's easy to come down if you can get the time off from work. I understand if you can't, but we really want to make a good showing. The judge is already, I think, aware. We're not sure. I mean, the judge is, keeps everything close and doesn't show any bias or anything. She's a very good judge, but she's clearly aware that there's interest in this case, and we want to make sure that everyone knows, Vizio, the judge, us, we could use the support, just the moral support of people being there that we know are there to support us and the case. So if you can get time off work and come down, even just for some days of the trial, it would mean a lot to us to have people there. And the funny part is, I'm wondering if we get enough people, there are only 20 seats in her gallery. And so I'm hoping we fill it and they have to do a video overflow room, because that would be really, really cool. I'm almost to questions. I know you're desperately want to ask a question. But give me like 10 more seconds. I have to thank Denver specifically. CC by SA requires me to do this. That is a link to his FOSDEM talk, which is, since my website's not up, you can go to FOSDEM, search FOSDEM 2026 Denver Gingrich. This is a derivative work of that talk that he gave a couple of months ago. He gave me his slides, so I was able to make a derivative work of his talk, to give this talk. And I appreciate the work he did because it meant that I could truly do just-in-time talk prep this morning. Although I actually should have just come here at 6 a.m. to start working on the video, the AV stuff. Okay, with that, I will take, this guy's got all these questions. Go ahead and give him the mic. Thank you for your patience, I appreciate it. I'm very, very flustered. I haven't been this flustered at a talk in years. I've never had this many AV problems.
All good. August 1st appears to be a Saturday, so the 3rd would be the Monday?
No, August 10th is. Oh, there was a typo on my slide.
10th.
I apologize.
Got it. Thank you.
August
Okay.
10th. The 10th is the trial.
The 10th. Cool. Well, I'm not a super open source person, so a lot of these concepts are new to me. But from what I'm understanding, you dumbing it down to folks who have not been to any of your previous Vizio talks or understand the Software Conservancy Coalition, whatever it's called. I apologize.
Job Freedom Conservancy, yeah.
Vizio's using open source software, therefore everything they're doing on the device is supposed to be modifiable, so we should be able to reflash our Vizio TVs and do whatever we want with it? Is that an overstatement?
A little bit oversimplified, right? So their base operating system is a Linux-based system. So the parts that are under the GPL and LGPL, which are called copyleft license, so they're the ones that require what you just described. It is also permissible to aggregate proprietary software next side to that. So what Vizio did is they built this, this complex system that they have, a Linux-based system. It's actually one Linux-based firmware and then Ubuntu running like in a chroot on top of that. It's all very complicated. But all that's open source software. Much of it is under the GPL and LGPL, and they do have to give the source code for that, and because it's U-boot and Linux, and glibc and so forth, they do have to give the ability to replace those parts. They're also totally allowed to have these aggregated proprietary things. In fact, I believe, I'm not sure, but based on my analysis of their stuff, I think their entire TV app is just a web app. So they have Chrome, they have Google Chrome, which is proprietary, on the thing, and then they have their app. And so that app is proprietary, and it would be totally permissible if they said, okay, if you want to reinstall the GPL, LGPL, and so forth, parts, none of that stuff's going to work anymore. You won't have a TV app anymore. It'll basically, if we get what we're asking for in the lawsuit, what we expect is we're going to boot the Vizio TV, and we're going to have to connect a USB keyboard or a Bluetooth keyboard to set a little bash prompt, and that's all we'll have, most likely. And then from there, you can install their stuff on it. My plan was, as I said, to install BBB, or install my own web browser, install Firefox, and then use BBB. So that's the thing. I'll get this next guy's question, then we'll jump back to you if nobody else has anything. Go ahead.
Cool. I was wondering whether it's just my perception that a lot of focus seems to be revolving around the LGPL rather than many other licenses that probably were present, or software under these licenses that allegedly or supposedly are present in this firmware. Is there a focus on LGPL, or am I just is there just a misconception in my perception, say?
No, I think there's two reasons there's a lot more interest in the LGPL than there used to be in the GPL. First of all, with regard to I'll answer specifically to Vizio and then the general question. So specifically to Vizio, I don't know the exact count, but it's almost 50-50, I think, in our list of accused programs. So in the lawsuit, we file a complaint, we accuse that these programs, I think roughly half are LGPL and half are GPL. So both licenses are at issue in the case. There's different issues with the licenses because they're obviously different licenses with different text in them. And then in the general sense, I think there's been a bigger interest in the LGPL, and people are choosing the LGPL 2.1 over GPL 2 or GPL 3 a lot more because there's a lot of interesting things about the LGPL that aren't there in the GPL. Back in the old days, I thought I knew when I started, like in the early 2000s, doing this kind of work, I kind of figured there was someday going to be a really big case that went on a long time. It was like the most important case for GPL, the watershed moment. And I think this may be that case. But I assumed it was going to be a derivative works case over somebody who had taken a GPL program, modified it, and tried to make it proprietary and claimed it wasn't a derivative work. We were obsessed with the derivative work stuff, or to use the GPL terminology, a work based on the program. In the end, that is generally not how people violate the GPL. That's not the clause. We thought that was the clause that companies were going to try to get away with violating. In the end, it's pretty rare that comes up. It's coming up here a little bit with some of the programs, but I think people are realizing, well, if most of what we're trying to protect against when we copy left of work is not that, the LGPL has this flexibility in it that it does allow combining. And when you get to languages like Rust, where you get one binary out and you need source code to build it all, the LGPL v2.1 I recommend LGPL 2.1 for Rust. I don't think GPL v2 or v3 is a good match for Rust programs. I think LGPL 2.1 is much better. I guess I'll take him again because he has the mic, and then get over here.
So just one follow-up question on the items that you listed that were missing source code. One of them was DolbyVision.ko, and the other one another one was HDRplus.ko. I would have to assume that Dolby Vision is not an open source thing. Maybe HDR Plus is. So how do those two concepts of one of the ways that video is displayed on the screen be perhaps open source or not, how does that relate to what you're describing as far as which components are supposed to be released? Does that make sense?
Yeah, they based, so they're .ko files, which means they're modules of Linux. They are based on Linux. In fact, some of them say, if you do mod info on them, they say they're under the GPL. So if they say they're under the GPL and they combine with Linux, that is the work based on a program thing that I was just talking with him about. So that's the one place where the work based on a program thing does come up in this particular case. But yes, if they felt that they could, and there's also section 6 of GPL, 6 and 7 that kind of work together, that say if you're in a situation where you have a proprietary component that's licensed in a different way and conditions are imposed on you by whoever, whatever third party it is, that says you may not distribute the source code under terms of the GPL, you are actually forbidden from distributing it at all. So if they can't give us the source code of those modules, they aren't allowed to distribute Linux at all. So that's their choice. That's what the license says. So hopefully that answers the question. I'm going to get his question.
One last question, and you may not have a perspective here, you might have been thinking about it all for the last couple months, is AI is just producing vast volumes of code and a huge amount of open sources in its training set. But there's no human, first of all, I think in many cases, paying attention to what that code is. Secondarily, that volume is just going to overwhelm the human legal resources to go chase it down. Kind of what does this all mean? And on the one way, it could bend the whole world towards open source in some very good ways. And on the other way, it's just chaos. And if you have thoughts, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, in fact, if I had known when the CFP closed that the trial was not going to be in January, I would have pitched a talk that answers that question rather than this one, because this is sort of regurgitated somewhat from last year, which I apologize about. I've already apologized to the organizers about that too. That's why I also added the content which happened to be relevant this week. I hope that wasn't annoying to anybody that was like not as advertised, but I think that was useful and actually new. But yeah, we are working at SFC on, we want to issue some statements about how to deal with free software and particularly LLM AI coding agents, which are really where it hits software. We did also publish this week, you should definitely take a look at the top blog post on our website, is an analysis of Thaler v. Perlmutter, which just on Monday, so less than a week ago, was denied cert by the Supreme Court of the US. So that means the DC Circuit decision in that case stands. And everybody was panicking because they thought it would, basically meant something with regard to the kind of things you were asking about. And we have a good analysis there that sort of explains this is not disaster for software, and explains why. So you might want to look at that. And I'm happy to talk in the booth later. The other thing I want to ask is it lunch now, or is there another talk after me?
There's another talk.
Okay. All right. Well, then we're done, I think. Oh, we have time? Okay. Go ahead.
So when you said you were going to talk about something recent that had just come up in California, I actually was not expecting the age verification thing because, like you, I had concluded that it was a non-issue. I was expecting you to talk about the 3D printer law that they're trying to put through.
Yeah, in general, I'll just be really frank. We are an organization of 6 people total. There are so many bills that get introduced in state and commonwealth legislatures around the U.S. We're not big and giant like the EFF, like you heard about this morning. I mean, the EFF has the resources to do that. You should ask Cindy to give us a grant to do our stuff. I'm sure they could afford it. But because we don't have those resources, we generally don't track pending bills. We just can't. I mean, I'm the only person with an actual, like, my title's policy fellow. I'm the only person who's I also have other duties that I'm trying to transition out of so I can be a full-time policy fellow. But even once I'm full-time, I alone couldn't track everything that's going to hit free software. So I vaguely heard there was this law going through the legislature. There's also another age verification law in Colorado. There's something happened in Brazil with the age verification and open source. So this is going on everywhere, and we generally just have to wait until it looks urgent to really get in, because I don't know if you I have tracked state legislatures in the past when things were going on, like back in the DMCA days and stuff. because they were trying to push stuff through the state legislatures that would it was a mess. But trying to track state laws around the country is really, really hard. And a lot of times, people just, state Congress people just get up there and introduce stuff. A lot of state legislators, you need 3 people to introduce a law. It ends up in committee and is sitting there, like the age verification bill in Colorado is sitting in committee. Like, there's no reason for me to read that until it comes out of committee. But let alone, I think it has to pass their House before it goes to their Senate to even bother. So that's why I don't have an answer for you. It's a long-winded way of saying, please donate to the Software Freedom Conservancy. We're supported primarily by individual donations of $128 a year. 80% of our funding comes from that. Our government funding has been cut. We basically don't qualify for any federal grants now, if there are any federal grants. You think you probably know why. So we need more than ever individuals to donate and give and support us. And so if you're able to afford it, please do. If you're not, please promote social media and so forth. If you like. I forgot to put my social media up there. I'm at bkuhn@copyleft.org. And I'm easily trolled, so if you have questions for me, you just at bkuhn@copyleft.org, I'll probably answer unless you're mean.
Well, with all the difficulty of the beginning, I think we had time for excellent questions and an
And I want to
excellent
thank
presentation.
all of you for your patience. I got so flustered. I've never had this much. I mean, I've been giving talks for 20 years. I've never had this many. This is like the number 1 now. There's number 2 that was almost this bad once. And they actually rescheduled my talk that time. But yeah, I got so flustered. I apologize. I was rude to you and Kurt, and I apologize for that. It's very hard to be up here, and especially when like my arm is in pain from holding this mic. And I knew that would happen. That's why I didn't want to use it. But thank you all for your patience. I'm glad we got through the whole talk. And thank you for coming up and figuring out how to fix this thing when the AV people couldn't. And I'll be in the booth. I'm headed there now. So for the conservative booth.
And for the head thing, they said they had tape.
I don't think I would have used tape. I think I just would have done
Sorry.
that. No, it's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. It's not your fault at all. I mean, I think it's. I think they maybe some of the volunteers mistrained this time or something because the guy who came should have known.
Should have. Move on to the mic next. Sure. And you can test it. put it on and test it, make sure the sound is the way you want.
Testing? Okay. Is this okay? All right, cool. We'll see if it stays on.
Check, check. Check, check, check.
I think so. Everyone hear me okay? So, all right, cool, awesome. Okay, I guess we can get started. So, hello everyone. My name is Ray Paik. We're spending a beautiful Saturday with me inside. I was making a comment. I'm from the Bay Area, and I mean, even in the Bay Area, like Stephanie, you live pretty close to where I am. The weather's like pretty nice in March, but in Southern California, it's even better. It's like morning, it's warmer. Sometimes, like in the morning, you get up in the Bay Area, it's like 48 degrees, and I mean, I know if you're from the Midwest, you're gonna laugh. It feels chilly to us, but thanks for being here. You probably noticed that my co-presenter is not here, unfortunately. This is a reflection of the reality that we live today. Like, he's based in Sweden. He didn't necessarily feel safe coming to the U.S., and I couldn't blame him. So I'll be doing solo. So hopefully I'll be able to do the talk justice. I'll point out some of the observations that he shared with me as we're building this deck. And we actually presented this at FOSDEM about a month ago, but it was a much shorter session, about 20 minutes. But on the other thing, like, feel free to, like, if you have any questions during the presentations, like, you don't have to wait until the end, just raise your hand. I think Paul here, he'll be helping around with the microphone, but you can shout it too, and I'll repeat the question so people know what the questions are on the recording. A little bit about us. Like I said, I'm in the Bay Area. I mean, Fatih and I have been working in open source for 10 plus years. This means that we're old. But we met each other, like, when I joined the Linux Foundation in 2014. And Fatih was one of the community members. He was working at Ericsson at the time, so the project has been renamed since then. It was OPNFE was the name. I think the new name's Anuket under Linux Foundation Networking, and that's how we met each other. He was a community member. I was a community manager. At 2018, I left Linux Foundation to join GitLab. I was there for 2 years, and I went to a company called CubeDev in the semantic layer space. And almost 3 years ago, I joined my current employer, PinCap. That's a company behind open source database called TiDB. And then we have a booth here, so if you want to learn more about our product, come swing by. And Fatih, I mean, I think he did really well in the community under LF Networking. He was voted as like a technical steering committee members, and he was ultimately offered to come join the Linux Foundation as the executive director for CD Foundation. I mean, Fatih has tremendous amount of experience in CI/CD, so he was definitely a good candidate. And then a few years after that, he joined. He's currently a SUSE. So both of us have experience working at foundations and commercial open source software companies. So that's why we wanted to put together this talk. And we share a common hobby. We obsess over it. And then Fatih gets crazy, like he goes berserk every time I call it soccer, but I'm in the US, so I don't have to feel very defensive about it. But first thing this morning I got up, I was checking the FA Cup score, so that's how crazy I am about the sport. So I'm going to put a few logos here, and I mean I'm not like picking on any of these companies or communities, but you probably look familiar. A lot of these companies, when they first started their company or project, they started out with OSI approved open source licenses like Apache 2, typically. And for various reasons, they decided to change their license to some variant of business source licenses. And obviously there was a lot of uproar, not just from the community, but open source purists in general, right? I mean, people were concerned that, this is, you're pulling the rug underneath community members. And some companies like Cockroach and SourceGrab, like they continue to get bad press after the initial license change. I think it was like 2017-18 timeframe. I apologize, I forget the exact dates. Because they made changes to like their core offering or further restricted visibility into the source code. So they'll get slammed again in the press, and another discussion starts on license changes. So beyond license changes, what's interesting is that community fork developed for some of these projects. Like some of these communities are here, like Valky and OpenSearch. So community members decided, we're going to fork the project and we're going to put it under the auspices of, I think all three of these are under the Linux Foundation. They want it under a nonprofit, like a neutral foundation. So, which is great. So, community members took action, and they wanted to, they wanted their software project to continue under an open source license. And what started happening when these foundations started getting formed was that a narrative started developing in like online. And the following exchange, I apologize, the text might be a little small, but I'll read through this so you'll get the gist of the conversation. So conversations like this happen pretty frequently online, like whether it's Reddit or Hacker News. Somebody in our community just made a quick post on Hacker News about, hey, this is TiDB, a distributed SQL database that's open source, that's written in Go, and just linked to our repo. And my colleague just chimed in with few notes like, here are the main components of TiDB. One of this is called TiKB, which is our storage layer that's been donated to the Linux Foundation, et cetera, et cetera. And then pretty predictably, immediately afterwards, somebody chimed in and says, hey, this is a VC-backed company, and it has a SCaLE, so this is evil. Like, where's the community for, right? When's it going to happen? So, that's fine. It's almost like predictable how these discussions go online. And then somebody else, this is when I decided to post my reply. Somebody jumped in and said, hey, I think the best model is like the Linux Foundation. This is be hosted under neutral nonprofit foundation and with multiple companies contributing. And this is when I jumped in and said, look, I work at both foundations and I work for PinCap, but foundation isn't a panacea. Because I've seen, from the other side, there are a lot of different challenges. I'm not saying one's better than the other, but grasses aren't always greener on the other side. And this is when I got the idea of putting this presentation, and this is when I pinged Fatih, and this how this presentation idea came about. So I'm going to just do a quick recap of how open source foundations work, and I apologize, some of this is already familiar to you, and you can You can tell me to stop if I'm just reiterating things that you already know. So under foundations, or all open source projects needs to be funded somehow, right? Whether it's, company-backed open source project or even under foundations, what happens is that most of the funding comes from membership, like annual membership, right? And then, in particular from like the top tier, I'll call them platinum, like they're platinum level companies made significant investment into the project, like tens of thousands of dollars is how much the deal would cost each year. And then not only is the amount significant, for platinum members when their projects typically begin, you're asked to make multi-year commitments. So there's a stable funding when the projects start. Because you don't want like a projects to be funded 1 year and then next year there's nothing available in case like platinum members drop out, right? So they put those requirements in for platinum members. I think for CNCF, it's actually like 3 years. So once you join as a platinum member, you're making a multi-year commitment so that you have a stable, like a seed funding, especially in the beginning, so that project doesn't run out of money. And so what do you do with all this money? You typically don't, like, I'll talk about this in a minute. You typically don't pay developers like their salary from this funding, but you're paying for like the infrastructure. You're paying for like foundation staff. I mean, foundation, you probably only have like 5 people, like executive director, operations person, 1 or 2 people in marketing, for example. And then the other expenses are like related to legal. Like you need somebody to look after copyrights and other IP related issues. And even if the lawyer's not on board full time, like even if it's fractional, that's where the expense goes. And the other, like typically like big projects like CNCF, a lot of their funding goes to like events, like KubeCon. It's not a trivial expense. It's, if you've been there, it's like it attracts 10,000 plus people, so it's not a cheap event to put together, and it's important to bring community members together. And also it's important like a marketing vehicle for your project, because that's how you get the awareness out, get adoption, and also hopefully attract like contributors to the project as well. So that's where a lot of the funding goes. And I referenced briefly about technical contributions. So these member companies, like especially platinum member companies, not only bring dollars, but they also bring significant developer resources. So like using Fatih as an example, when he was at Ericsson, there was an understanding that he's spending X percentage of his time working on OPNFV, right? I mean, it depends on the company. Like for example, there's an understanding that no one works 40 hours a week anymore, but like 10 hours a week, like 25% of your time it can be dedicated to OPNFV or other open source projects that you're involved in. So that's where a lot of the bulk of the developer resources are coming from for these foundation-based projects. And the companies that typically pay more, this is not always the case, but they tend to contribute most developer resources as well. Again, there are exceptions. Like I've seen platinum companies that are happy to pay dollars, but they don't necessarily contribute technically. Always thought it was weird. And then there are silver level companies that punch above the weight in terms of contributions. But by and large, it's the platinum or top tier companies that are contributing most of the developer resources. And then, another thing that I often hear, see often online is, once you put the foundation, once you put the project in a foundation, you're going to attract thousands of developers from day one. It's usually not that simple. You typically, a lot of times you see developers that are not from member companies contributing, but the volume of those types of contributions is actually pretty small in most cases from what I've seen. If there are exceptions, please let me know. I'm not familiar with the cases where most are coming from non-member companies. So that's what we typically see. And also, obviously, the governance is very different under a foundation. You have governing board members typically from member companies, but also a technical steering committee is from top contributors, right? So, I mean, at some point, even after when you launch a project, you might have technical steering committees sort of filled with like a platinum member, like representatives, but there's an expectation that after a year or two, you need to have open elections so that you elect like the technical leaders in the community. So the implication of that is sometimes it's difficult to come to a consensus because you have a lot of companies you have different companies who are actually competitors, part of a foundation, and understandably sometimes difficult to come to a consensus, right? And then although, according to bylaw, you can just make a decision, for example, on the release cycle or approving a release through a majority vote, you don't want to do something you don't want to decide on something on a 9-3 vote or 9-4 vote because there's a significant minority that's not, in agreement with the rest of the community. So even like putting something to a vote, that's as a foundation member, we were pretty careful when we did that, so that we want to make sure that there's a broad consensus. So there's not a dissent after the decision's been made by like a technical steering committee. So so one of the things I want to stress here, like it's easy enough these days, especially these days, to start a foundation. Like there are a lot of templates out there for governing laws and bylaws to put a new foundation and a project together. But what Fatih and I are more concerned about, because what I've seen from some of the foundation-based projects is that what I'm more concerned about is sustainability after the first couple of years. After the excitement and the hype dies down, especially after that 2-year period is over, to the platinum member commitments like done, like what if some members drop out? Significant numbers of them drop down, and we've actually seen cases where I think one of the projects I've seen at the LF, it was a relatively small project. They started with like 5 platinum members, and after 2 years, like 2 out of the 5 founding platinum members like dropped out, which obviously introduces a lot of gap in funding. And it also is not a great look either, right? So, and it puts the project on an unstable ground after just a couple of years. So that's something, that's why like not just the foundation team members, but the rest of the board, they're pretty aggressive about recruiting like additional members to the project, right? Because you don't want to run out of runway because you're running out of funding and people are dropping out. And as I mentioned, a lot of contributors come from member companies because if members drop out, what typically happens is that the contributors can be lost with the funding, so which creates a pretty precarious situation. And you probably have seen this, like especially big companies. The reason why some companies drop out of a project after a couple of years is many things. Like, we still see this, like the company's decision to invest in open source projects, it comes in waves. Like sometimes there's plenty of interest and plenty of money available to invest in foundations, but sometimes companies decide, we need to cut costs or whatever the reason is, they stop investing in it. And I've seen this happen even with like big companies, and it introduces a lot of shock and uncertainty in the project, right? So, and let's see, there was one more thing. I mean, there's like a tagline, this came from Fatih. It's easy enough to start a foundation, but what you need is like a shared commitment long term to make sure that there's so that, foundation doesn't provide that guarantee that it's going to be around after a couple of years after the hype cycle dies down. So you need shared commitment, and then, I think you need to be pretty, aggressive in terms of being a lookout for, I mean, as a foundation staff, I wanted to make sure that, you don't want to be surprised at the end of 2 years that somebody's dropping off, right? Like you need to know that ahead of time, and then you need to be proactive in terms of making sure that, existing members are happy, but also you're recruiting like new members into your project. All right, so couple of examples. I mean, one is pretty extreme. You may be familiar with this. Just to prove a point that, foundation doesn't guarantee stability and stability. So the first one is the Matrix Foundation. This blog post came out about a year ago. I think it was like a couple of weeks after last year's FOSDEM. There's a blog like at Crossroads, and can you see? Like, all right. Is this better? All right, cool. So basically, blog post says we've been so dependent on few companies for membership, our funding's starting to run dry. And they had to de-feature some of the free bridges they had for like a Rocket Chat and a few other platforms, which I'm sure was very painful, right? And then it was just a call to action was, we need to recruit more member companies to raise more funds. The good news is that I saw another blog post. This is like shortly before Christmas. I think on a financial front, things are moving in a better direction. I think it's not all the funding gaps have been addressed yet, but things are moving in the right direction. So hopefully, things will continue to improve. And this is a foundation that's been around, I think, over 10 years. So this isn't like a project that started 2 years ago and that are running out of steam, but this is a long-running foundation, but even they're having like difficulties, which is pretty tough to see. So, like if just because you have foundations, they can't continue to like print money, right? They just need to have like more member organizations join to sort of top up the funding needs that they have. And the second one, this is a more extreme example. I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with this. So there was a company, I hope I'm saying it correctly, Synadia. They donated a project called Nats.io to the CNCF. And I believe it was Apache 2. But for whatever reason, they decided that they didn't like that open source license anymore, and they wanted to change the license. So, I think that's bad enough. Like, company donating a project and deciding to fork their own project under a different license, that's bad enough. But they went even further. They said, because when you donate a project to a foundation, you're supposed to transfer your GitHub repo, or in most cases you do. And also the domain name gets transferred to the Linux Foundation in this case, or the CNCF. So what Synadia said was they not only wanted to change the license, but they wanted the domain name back, transfer back to the company, and same thing with the GitHub repo. They wanted to control the GitHub repo back to the company. And obviously CNCF wasn't going to put up with that, right? So the blog post came out, and then you can Google it. And when Fatih actually texted me the link to the blog, and when I read it like 3 times just to make sure I was reading it right, because it just seemed like completely bonkers. Like, how does this happen, and how can this even end well? And somewhat predictably, I think in about a week or 2, they kind of came to an agreement. So another blog post came out from CNCF saying things are back to normal. We're back to where things were. I agree this is a pretty extreme example, but if somebody decides to do something against the wishes of the community, just because you're under the foundation doesn't mean that you can stop it. So it's kind of a cautionary tale, and hopefully we won't see something like this again, but I thought it was really bizarre when I saw that. So did people when it happened, or like, I must have been living under a rock, because when I saw the blog post, I said, "Is this a joke?" But it wasn't. So how do commercial companies work? I think a lot of this is obvious, so I'm gonna talk about a few things here. People like to make fun of or be critical of VCs, including myself. But the VCs aren't the ones that are dictating how the companies are run. Because, obviously you get funding from the VCs, but you have other sources of funding called your revenue. Like whether you have a cloud business, enterprise offering, consulting services. I mean, you should have a lot, if you're a successful company, you should have, good revenue streams so you're not completely dependent on VC funding after a few years in business. And another thing that I want to point out, this is from a CEO at a company I was at before the LF, and I mean, we were an open source company, but when we first got funding from a pretty big VC in Menlo Park, during one of the open forums, the CEO said, the board members are great. They provide a lot of input. They provide a lot of guidance, make introductions besides giving us money. But ultimately, what the company decides to do is up to the CEO. He calls the shot. The board can fire them, but it's still like the CEO or the company executive's decision. So I think we like to simplistically view and say, hey, company decided to change the license because the board told them to. Like, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Like, we're not in those board meetings. We're not even in the executive level meetings. So we don't know what the reason is. But I think it's like overly simplistic to say, companies had to change the license because of the pressure from the board or the VCs. Like, I'm not even sure if that's always the case in some of the examples that I shared. Of course, like most of the contributions come from the employees because company using their revenue or investment dollars to fund the engineering team, right? And then the expectation that you're working on the project full time, like 9 to 5. So of course, like most of the contributions will come from the employees, but like it is at like companies I worked at, like GitLab or like today at Tidy, we welcome contributions from the community members. But the volumes are always going to be low because the contributors, you're not working full time on TiDB or whatever product the company is working on. So it's not like we're putting disadvantage on the community members. It's just natural that the employees of the company will have most of the contributions on GitHub or whatever other repos that you use. And what's also different, obviously, is that it's commercial companies is easier, quicker. They're quicker to make decisions because you're not relying on like a steering committee members comprised of people from different organizations. So it's easier and faster to make decisions. And community members may not always agree with it, but you're not voiceless either. I mean, if you're worth, even if you're not open source, good companies should always listen to like a feedback from users or community members. Like, although, you're not going to follow the advice of community members all the time, but you need to give them a fair hearing. So, one of the things I usually tell people, starting when I was at GitLab, is that as a community member, you have a voice. Like, as long as you're constructive, don't be shy in voicing it. And now, like more than ever, I think you have more like channels, to voice your opinion. So don't be shy. And like I said, as long as you're constructive, like, there's no reason why a company won't hear what you have to say, and they'll be foolish not to be honest, right? So I wanted to also list like several companies or projects that are started by commercial open source software companies, and these are very small set of communities that have not changed their licenses, right? Or I don't know of any plans to. And I'm going to jump to the last bullet here with the QR code. So my friend Dawn Foster, she maintains a list of companies that have changed their licenses. This takes you to her GitHub repo. And if you look at the numbers, over the last 10 years, there's only been about 20. Because when I first saw that number, because I thought the number was going to be higher than that because of all the negative press that gets generated whenever somebody decides to change licenses. But 20 over 10 years isn't, I mean, you obviously want to see zero. It's not like it's happening once a month, right? So it's a pretty rare occurrence, which is a good thing. And a lot of these companies are, continue to commit to their open source principles, which is good. So I think, a handful of like examples, past 5 years have sort of clouded our judgment sometimes, but hopefully this will continue to be the case. Most companies will stay true to their open source principles. And the other thing I mean, since I worked at GitLab, I mean, I obviously have a direct personal experience. I think another important factor is, like, if the founders are still part of the company, like, their philosophy has a significant impact on the culture and the commitment to open source. So, one of the co-founders at GitLab said, I mean, he stepped down as the CEO, but it was like a force of nature. Like, if you do your work not in a transparent fashion, or if you're not documenting everything so that community members and other employees know, like, what your work processes are, or how you organize hackathon, you get a good talking to. I mean, not just from Sid, but other employees too. So if you're not transparent, if you don't document your processes, that was a big no-no. And another good example, I don't know why I thought of this, a lot of internal GitLab meetings are like posted on YouTube. They have an unfiltered channel, or they used to. So like you can hear like engineering meetings where they talk about like prioritizing different features. So that's sort of the expectation, that a lot of decision needs to be very transparent. Like, even if there's somebody who watches the discussion in the engineering team meeting after the fact, and said, for whatever reason, I think he was having a one-on-one with one of the board members. And I think he just cut a snippet, like a 7-minute clip of that discussion. And it wasn't even about the product or technology. It was about why, Sid believes in like remote asynchronous work model. And he couldn't understand why some companies have this obsession with having offices in multiple places. And he just, took a clip of that and posted it on YouTube, so people can see what his thinking is in terms of like a remote asynchronous work. So, I mean, he's a very unique individual, so I don't, expect all CEOs to behave like that. But his, philosophy and transparency is critical to maintaining the open source culture at GitLab. And then I think he's continued to do that. I think he's like he's one of the other companies he founded, you probably heard of it, Kilo Code, and they're behaving in a very similar fashion. Which is good to see. So if you talk to, like, if you're evaluating open source, like, companies, like commercial open source companies, like, I would encourage you to talk to the founders and see why they believe open source is, like, important. So, and make sure that they're not just giving, like, platitude. Because some companies, to be honest, they do this just because they want to get more GitHub stars or increase like a download count for the next round of investment. But if somebody's genuine, they're going to give a very different answer. So whether you're interviewing for a job or evaluating an open source project, talk to the founders or executives and get a good answer on why they believe open source is important for their future. All right, so the other thing I want to point out, and I referenced this early on, many companies, like commercial open source companies, also donate some of their projects to foundations, like, TyKB, I mentioned already. Chaos Mesh is another project that Pink donated to the CNCF. And 3 other examples, I think Docker was responsible for Notary, Kong with Kuma. So these companies, not only have their own commercial open source project, but they donated some of their work to open source foundations. So they're very used to working in the open, working under the foundation model. So they're definitely not, like a lot of these companies are definitely not averse to that. So that's another thing I wanted to really point out. And another thing I wanted to point out, sorry, lost the point of. So if you're using a commercial open source software, or if you're a community member, how can you influence a company-led open source project? The first thing I want to point out is active engagement. And people typically think of like sending in pull requests on the repository. I mean, that's one, but there are other ways you can contribute by sharing your expertise, being an advocate for the company, And the most important thing is providing insight to how you're using the product. There was one engineering manager when I was at GitLab. I mean, he was located in New Zealand, but he was really prolific in terms of reviewing community contributions. Because, I mean, it was part of my job to sort of triage all the merge requests that come in from the community. And I'll typically do it like twice a day. I'll do it in the morning to catch the contributions that came overnight. And I'll do it towards the end of the day, Pacific time, to review all the contributions that came on during the day. But even before I get to it, like he would like pick it up, or he would assign it to somebody. And so I reached out to him to first of all thank him and you know, why he enjoys like looking at community contributions. And what he told me was that it wasn't the code that he was interested in. He got real good insight into how people are using, like, particularly like new features. Because, you know, he told me like, yeah, I work with the product manager to develop a new feature, but he doesn't have a full sense of how people might actually use it or why they would want to use that feature. So if through a merge request or even like an issue somebody raised about, hey, can you like add this additional knobs to this so because we're using it in this environment. So what Tuan told me was that what he appreciated more than code was the insight. Like, because he got a sense as to, oh, this is how they're actually using this feature, or this is not helpful because it's missing XYZ knobs. So that insight is very valuable. I mean, code is great. I mean, we're never going to say no to code, but you know, providing us a visibility into what's helpful and what's not quite working with the product, that's even more valuable. And there are a lot of different ways that you can voice your opinion. And like I said, you don't have to rely on the marketing resources of the company. Like if you want to, you know, create a blog post on LinkedIn, like you don't need anyone's approval. Right? I mean, you don't have to go through, I mean, it's nice to get a blog post posted on the company's blog site, but you don't have to always rely on that. And you can, you know, have your own podcast or create a YouTube video. So there are a lot of different ways to sort of express your insight into the product and the community. So I would definitely encourage a lot of people to do that. And as I said earlier, I mean, as long as you're constructive, don't feel defensive about reaching out to people at the company. Like if you're on the Slack channel, just ping the community member or whoever you think is appropriate. And one of the things, again, I'm quoting Sid, he would remind us that as an employee of GitLab, you're also a community member of that project. So if another community member comes and wants to talk to you, you need to treat them with respect. So that's sort of the culture that he was setting. So that's what I try to remind myself too. I'm also a community member, and I need to treat everybody respectfully, especially if you have a code of conduct. Or not only because you have a code of conduct, but that's the right thing to do, right? So, and the other thing that I mentioned to a lot of our open source users is that the value you get out of our software or the insight you have as an open source user is valuable to everybody, including commercial customers. So your insight you share is, it's not any less valuable because we're not getting any revenue from you. So I wanted to share an example that we had just a couple of months ago. So Bling is a company in Brazil. It's an ERP company, and they're expanding into other markets in Latin America as well. They're open source users. And I noticed them on Slack because they're posting a lot of questions, but in addition to that, they're also answering other people's questions that were coming up as people were like migrating to TiDB. So I set up a call with them because I wanted to know who they are and where they are in terms of their journey. And they're basically like migrating from MySQL to TiDB, and then their insight was like pretty interesting. And when I met Casio, he's the infrastructure lead at Bling. He came to our summit in Mountain View last year. Like my colleague Brian Foster, who's a director, we encouraged them to write a blog post because I thought how they did the evaluation of TiDB, how they found TiDB, their framework, was pretty helpful. And that's going to be like applicable to whether you're an open source user or a cloud user. So, I mean, this was like worth its weight in, I mean, maybe weight in gold is not terminology to use, analogy to use here, but it's like a really valuable asset in terms of our content. So, and they put a lot of work even on the blog. Obviously, like English is not their first language, being from Brazil, but I thought they did a fantastic job. And Brian and I, all I had to do was just some minor edits and a few suggestions here and there. But I mean, this is, you know, a great way of sort of contributing to your project without writing any code. So I, you know, whether you're in a part of an open source foundation or commercial open source software community, there are a lot of different ways to contribute, and I encourage people to continue to do that. Yeah, so some closing thoughts. Like, I don't know what your impressions were when you saw the abstract or the title, who should steer your project. And obviously it's one of those on the type of your project and the nature of the project. And it's kind of simplistic to say, hey, if it's not part of the foundation, it's just evil. And I don't think that's, you know, that's, I mean, maybe I'm biased. Like, I realized as I was putting this presentation together, I spent more time last 10 years outside of the foundation rather than inside it. So maybe I'm biased, but I think it's just simplistic to paint a picture of this is, you know, what all commercial open source software looks like, because all projects are different. And, you know, unfortunately, Fatih and I have seen examples of challenges of projects being under open source foundation and where things actually don't go very well in terms of sustainability. Because I worry about license. I mean, that's, you know, our CTO, Ed, likes to say, license is not just a legal thing, legal framework. It's a commitment you're making to your community members. So, you know, changing the license is, you know, I mean, maintaining your commitment to the license is important, but what I also care about is the sustainability of the project. So whether it's, you know, funded through a foundation or a company, like, I think the right model is going to be very different depending on the project. And the final sort of thing that I want to stress, you know, we all have a role to play, you know, whether the project is based, you know, funded by a single company or a foundation, we have a role to play in making sure that the project stays true to the open source ethos. Like, I mean, and you make sure that, you know, whoever the leadership are, stay to the principles by voicing any concerns or feedback. So we all have a role to play. And rather than just throwing darts at the executives or the board members, like, you know, if we see any concerns, we should voice our opinion so that they stay true to the principles, and also help make sure that they have a sustainable future going forward. So I think that's the last of what I had to say. Thanks for listening, but we have plenty of time for questions. So, thanks. Oh, here's.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm Chris, Norwegian government, and we come it directly in the mic, and we come at it from the funder side. So we have 40 projects, super relevant talk for us in terms of where we're going now. We fund it downstream. So these are projects that are reusing those components that you just mentioned, open source frameworks. That also is maintained by the Linux Foundation. My question is, when you talk about funding projects over time, so we have found that none of our UN organizations, none of our projects, actually none of them are members of the Linux Foundation, even though they use many of the projects. Do you see that as an sort of as a base you could draw, a foundation could draw funding from, or is it primarily the ones that are committing code and are close to the sort of development process?
Yeah, I mean, so, like, I'm not sure if I fully heard your question, but so where most of the funding is coming from for projects and foundations. Yeah, I mean, so, I think a lot of the examples that, I mean, because I was at the LF, that I've seen is that When projects form, like, 'cause they have a vested interest in making sure that they want to put a common infrastructure in the networking industry, for example, like, or implement a common standards. So, they're motivated to do this because it's by putting it under foundation, you're externalizing your R&D. You're sharing your R&D resources among different companies. Because the last thing you want to do is Nokia doing the same thing, Ericsson doing the same thing in their silo, and Huawei doing the same thing in their silo. So they want to pull the resources together and create a common standard, but they'll find other different way to differentiate. But yeah, so that's what they're motivated to do this because they want to pull the resources to do joint R&D. So and then that's why they're contributing most of the developers, right? But hope that answers your question. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation.
Sure. Thank you.
I was interested by the dynamic of when you have an open source project managed by a company, most of the input into the project is going to be done through company staff, which makes sense. Their full-time job versus a volunteer community. I'm curious how you kind of prevent siloing or just naturally things becoming insular to the company when most of the development is happening by a company staff. You mentioned that the leadership and vision of the CEO is important for directing that, but I was curious if there's any more systemic things that you've seen companies take on to maintain that openness despite having so much of the development be within the company.
Right. No, I mean, that's a very good question. I mean, hopefully, I think that's why, I'm trying to justify my own job. That's what a community manager is for. If you see that, somebody made a contribution and no one's picking up, it's my job to go sort of find out who the right person is and knock on the right doors. My former boss actually at GitLab said this, part of your job, I'm not saying this to mean in a negative way, part of my job was to create some sort of attention. Hey, engineer, so-and-so, I know you're busy implementing X feature for the next release, but there's this contribution that came from, you need to carve out some time to take a look at this or at least respond. Right, so that's, so I think you need a role, whether it's a community management or developer advocate or even engineering directors. You need to be sort of reviewing contributions that come and help sort of, prioritize it, or if it's not getting responded to, at least sort of escalate this. And then we're also looking at, I was talking to our own engineering managers, everybody talks about AI. There are probably ways to sort of automate this. And I think it's so long ago now, at GitLab, a lot of the triaging was still manual. But I've already seen after I left, things are just getting automated. It's getting a labels automated, automatically applied. And then assignment was done. I was doing it manually, but they were starting to do it in a more automatic fashion with this a tool they had. Community members at least know that there's an activity, right? It's being assigned to somebody, so they know who to ping at PingCap or at GitLab, who they need to reach out to. But is it perfect? Not necessarily. I don't think it's a fully I don't think you can have a foolproof automation, but so hopefully there's somebody needs to sort of pick up the responsibility of making sure that things are not getting buried, especially in terms of community contributions, and hopefully that answers your question. But I think there's one more up front here. So yeah, over here. Yeah, nice shirt, by the way. So.
So we give a shout out to Troy Dawson, who has Casual Penguins is his story.
Yeah.
A lot of these. But my question was, so I'm kind of blending two parts of your topics. You were talking about with influencing commercial-led open source projects and kind of the, the ways speaking up and getting involved with these projects. But then also you talked a little bit about with the nonprofit foundation model. And, one thing that's always been interesting to me is kind of also on the foundation side, how those people show up in the community. Because I've observed that a lot of that work is kind of like back office operations kind of work, which from a community perspective is often invisible or hard to see. So I'm just wondering, like, from a foundation model, thinking about like the composition of this paid staff, how do those people show up in the project community, and what is the connection to the project community?
Yeah.
Especially if like the engineering is coming from outside of the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
How do those people show up who are inside the foundation?
Yeah, so, I mean, that's a very good question. I mean, it actually, you know, I hate it every time I try to answer it like this. It depends on the project. Like, for us at OPNFE, we had a lot of IT staff because it was more of it was an integration project. So we had a lot of people doing, like, helping out with CI/CD, helping people out like FATI. And the way that we make those people visible is that, you know, you need to be part of like community meetings, like even like a TSE call, so that they hear what's happening like a project-wise, and then they're also contributing to the discussions with the community members. And so that needs to be made pretty transparent, I think. So, you know, so the community members know, like, if I have a CI/CD issue, like a heavy issue on Jenkins, like who they need to call. So that shouldn't be hidden. But some projects, I think, actually CNCF is one of them. Like, they don't have like even a dedicated like IT budget when I last talked to them. So it was kind of interesting. Like, I don't know how that's done, but with a lot of the projects under LF networking, like we had dedicated like IT staff, and they would, I mean, for one of the projects, one of the LF IT staff member was even voted as member of the TSE because he was making a lot of contributions. So, yeah, you definitely don't want to hide any of the foundation people, like even marketing people, like they know who's doing, you know, responsible for talking to press and analysts. So if you have a summit, like all the staff members should show up. I mean, and then so that they can work with community members. And like having regular meetings, even like a marketing committee meetings, like, I mean, CNCF is a good example. I don't dial into all their monthly meetings, but you see all the foundation staff people there, so you know who's doing what from their marketing team. So, hope that answers your question. All right, cool. Right, Stephanie?
Yeah, I had a question about.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's working. So I'm working with a lot of projects that come out of academic settings,
Yeah.
and a lot of them are like smaller projects that probably shouldn't be their own, shouldn't be their own project and be integrated into like maybe a larger project.
Right.
So I'm always trying to give them good advice on the best way to like approach it. A lot of them will go like, "Oh, I could just be part of the Linux Foundation." I'm like, "No,
Yeah.
that's not how that works." You know, like
That's not cheap. Yeah.
it's not cheap and it takes a while.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to think of have you seen like, or are there factors that you would like suggest to people to when they're thinking about that next step? I know recognizing that it kind of depends. Like if somebody's coming out building a community, when is it that they should be looking towards these models, or is it more that they should be looking towards existing projects to collaborate and partner with and then be integrated into?
Yeah. So I'm not sure if I have a good answer for that, but I hear you about like a lot of similar projects kind of perkle up, and then it's sometimes it's like an ego thing. They still want to maintain their own turf, and it's hard to sort of talk them into. I mean, this even happens under foundations, by the way. Like if you look at all the portfolio projects under different foundations, that seems like awfully familiar to the other website that I just read like 2 minutes ago. So for whatever reason, like it's hard to like, you know, bring them together. I mean, that sort of goes to my point about it's easy to start a project, but you know, in terms of like long-term maintaining it, you know, combining some of the projects if it makes sense. And I mean, I sort of went through that cycle in the LF. Like I started working on OPNFE, but we came all under the LFN umbrella. And that was actually, I mean, part of it was driven by feedback from the member company, because they were paying like different membership for different projects and going to different board meetings, and they were getting tired of that, and I don't blame them, right? So, but even after there's an agreement, you know, at the board level, like getting the different technical community members together was actually pretty difficult. I mean, I left less than a year after LFN was formed, but it, you know, it's not easy, right? And then I mean, one of the reasons why we did that was we pulled the budget, and then member companies were, I think, ultimately hopefully paying less. But yeah, like I don't know if I answered your question in any way, but yeah, it's easy to start stuff. But if you want to maintain long-term sustainability of the project, I mean, that's the point that I was pointing to. At some point, the right decision might be like a pull the resources together. That's what basically how LFN and other umbrella projects were formed under the LF, because having these like small, like a 15 small like projects under networking, like really didn't make any sense, right? So it makes sense to pull the marketing resources, pull the IT infrastructure even across different projects, like makes more sense. In theory, that's how it should be, but getting there is not always like easy, because people are not always happy about the decision to sort of pull resources. So. Yeah.
Excellent questions. Any more? Okay. Thank
All
you
right.
very
All right.
much.
Thank you. Thanks again for spending Saturday with us.
Check, check, check. Everybody can hear me?
No? Is it working?
Can we hear Kyle here?
Can you guys hear me all right?
Just spread it all out.
Just checking if the auxiliary mic works. They'll show up. Don't worry about it. We'll make sure to start. We're on time. Go ahead. It's now start. It's literally past 6 or whatever.
All right. Check, check one more time. Everybody can hear me all right? Awesome. I am super thrilled. I'm actually ecstatic that you are all here. I am ecstatic that Bazzite is back again at SCaLE.
Thank you.
I was told I whooped into the mic a little too much last year, so I'm gonna try to not do that. But I am really excited. I'm thrilled to be here to talk about Bazzite. Thrilled to be here with Kyle as well. And you know, I guess I'll get us kicked off because it's time. So this guy, Kyle, Gospo also, but a good friend of mine and the founder of Bazzite. He's also a maintainer of Universal Blue and FrostYard. He's a Linux community engineer at Microsoft. No, I'm kidding. I love Microsoft.
You weren't supposed to say that.
And he has been a player of Valve games since he was a young wee lad. And he's got some Bazzite swag, so, you know, mob him after the talk, and it'll be funny. So.
And this here is my good friend Noel. I'm not sure why, but he's currently subjecting himself to NixOS, so it's a choice. He's a core contributor at Bazzite and Universal Blue, and also our community manager, technical account manager at Red Hat, and he very much enjoys spending time with his family and pets.
I try to do it. So I'm going to start off with a raise of hands. Who here knows what Bazzite is, has heard of Bazzite? Just kind of want to get it. All right, cool. I'll do the shorter version, but still make sure I cover the basics at least.
Most of the room, thank you.
Yes, thank you for being here. Yeah, so Bazzite really is a ready-to-use, convergent, and bulletproof operating system. And it is meant to be ready to use, to play your games, and to basically work on any devices that you need it to work on. Whether it's desktops, laptops, handhelds, it does it all. It's fantastic. And the design in which that underpins Bazzite is why it is so great. It is bulletproof by design. It relies on our good friends upstream at Fedora and also other tech, you know, and it's just awesome. And I love working on this project. And it's really just turn almost any device into a game console. That's really the goal, that's the design, that's the point of what we do.
A big part in doing all of that is fostering a healthy community. We try our best to make sure that our contributors are happy, that our users have a safe and inclusive experience at all times. And a huge part of that as well is our very large team that helps us build all of this. Fostering that community has allowed us to pull people from all over the place in Linux gaming, including industry veterans. You can see the huge number of logos that we have here at the bottom. So everybody from Anchor, Canonical, ChainGuard, Microsoft and Red Hat, of course, and also the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. Just really a huge swath of people. But having that large community means, we have a lot of extra contributors to pull from. We get a lot of very unique perspectives on what Linux gaming should be. And a big part of our job is just bringing them all together, allowing them to collaborate, and allowing those disparate ideas to kind of meld into what Bazzite is today. The Linux Foundation provides very helpful project analytics that we have made use of. So this is our contributor health over the last quarter. We've gained 56 active contributors in that time, and it shows us as fairly healthy, I would say. This is mostly green. The organization dependency is just, unfortunately, me making a lot of noise, but everything else looks, good, and I'm happy to see it. The last few months have just been this incredible uplift in interest amongst our contributors, and we can't thank you all enough.
And that has led, with all of this, to create basically an exponential growth for the project, which is just unbelievable. I cannot believe the amount of people and good things that I hear about Bazzite, on a regular basis from, users, contributors, everything else. I mean, I've got people in my life, who are just, they've used Windows, whatever the case may be, and they're like, I didn't even realize that you work on Bazzite, and I'm using it today. And I'm like, I feel like I told you about this, but maybe I didn't, and it's just been such an exciting time to be part of the project and just to see this growth and trend and everything that we do. So I can't thank all of you enough. Honestly, I would, clap for everyone, because without you, we wouldn't be here. And our community is incredibly passionate. And I think that is like one of the coolest things about working on this project, is the fact that our community really is everything. And my favorite photo, honestly, I love all of these photos, by the way, from our contributors and users, but my favorite photo is the top left one here, where one of our contributors, or not contributors, I apologize, one of our users basically was setting up a gaming station for his daughter, and he said, the only thing I will put on there is Bazzite. And I'm just like, wow, I about want to go cry, because I have my kids of my own, and I'm just like, this is unbelievable. I never would have thought that this was possible, before.
It's amazing. That's a little girl gaming on Linux from the get-go. I don't think we could have said that 10 years ago. So for our next section, we're going to cover some myths. We get a lot of different opinions about the model that's in use here, and see a lot of disparaging information about it. So we want to try and break some of that up a little bit. The 3 myths that we're going to cover are: cloud native means your PC belongs to the cloud. Some people see the word cloud and assume that means it's on a server somewhere. The second one is that you're limited in package formats. This is more or less just covering Linux packages, things that you might use day to day that aren't in FlatHub. And the last one is that image-based Linux is immutable. That word gets thrown around a lot in this space, and I don't think it applies, so we'll cover why. So myth 1, cloud native means your PC belongs to the cloud. The thing about cloud native is it's an approach to building. It's not a descriptor of where the software is actually ran. It just means that you are taking technologies that have been perfected in the Linux server space over the last couple decades and using them to build something in Linux. They're really common in servers, of course. They're common on phones. A lot of the same concepts are used even on Apple computers. So it's widely more popular than traditional Linux desktops. Our builds are done with just files, which are built locally, or on GitHub, GitLab, ForgeJo. It really doesn't matter where you're building it. We choose to do it in GitHub, but it's just as capable on your local machine. There are 15.6 million cloud native developers today. That's a number provided by the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, which, surprise, it's the Linux Foundation. This is all just Linux. Why don't we just leverage those developers? A lot of our previous contributor graph comes from people that were in the cloud native space. It's a great place to pull talent. And using that technology means everything that they already know applies here. Which brings you to the last point. Being industry standard with this cloud native tech means you have industry attention and resources. I can't thank GitHub enough for the amount of bandwidth that they've provided us in updates over the last year. It has to be in the high petabytes at this point.
Cloudflare too.
Cloudflare too. They're actually a sponsor, so thank you, Cloudflare. But using those technologies has allowed us to do that meteoric growth that Noel showed. And it's just incredible that we can even be here today. Myth 2 is that you're limited in package formats. So the primary way that we handle packages on Bazzite is FlatHub. Now, FlatHub is a repository of Flatpak applications that has also seen a very meteoric rise as of late. I think SteamOS and the Steam Deck were part of that meteoric rise, but even just traditional Linux desktops are starting to adopt it. They've had 435 million downloads in 2025 alone, and they're having a over 20% year-over-year growth. It's incredible. The other technology that we use is Brew for Linux. Are any of you in the audience Mac users in your day-to-day, or have you used Homebrew on your Mac? Yeah, quite a few of you.
We promise we won't shame you. We do it too, don't worry.
Absolutely. So Brew supports Linux fully now, and it is a fantastic way to get a lot of common CLI applications and even GUI applications. There are versions of VS Code and the what's the JetBrains toolkit that are delivered over Brew, and they work flawlessly. It's awesome. 100 million Apple users can't be wrong, Noel.
I mean, at least a few of them, you know.
And the last thing that we do to handle packages on these image-based Linux offerings is containers. The primary way we do that, of course, is DistroBox. But these containers allow for Fedora, Ubuntu, Arch. I've seen people make Gentoo images. Not sure why, but you can if you really want to. And all of those have just normal package managers that can install packages and export them. If your package needs root access, you can make a rootful box and run them with root access.
And here is just showing how simple it is to install something as a Flatpak. We are so thankful to the contributors of Bazaar, which is a project that basically its focus is to make it a seamless experience to be able to install and run your Flatpaks. I literally just searched it like I do anything else, Android, iOS, whatever. Allows me to just search for the application, install it, and I'm off to the races. I've got Heroic.
And this is an example of using Brew for Linux in two different ways. So you see here I tried to use the SL command, which was not found. Ran brew install SL, and there we go. I now have my fun choo-choo train. Very important CLI applications on Brew. Now, in addition to that, we ship Bold Brew, which is a TUI version of Brew. So here, I'm just finding the SL package I installed and removing it. We try to make this as simple as possible because the idea is not just developers are going to use Brew, regular users will too. We want to make it seamless for them.
And here's an example of using DistroBox, which has historically been a CLI tool, but more and more love is coming from our friends, cloud native developers who are like, we need to make this easier for people. So I'm going to go ahead and install Arch because, that is the best one. So Arch, by the way, and I'm going to create my little, my little base. But the ability of being able to do common CLI options for my DistroBox in order to be able to run, the software that I want to run, and just make it seamlessly work, anywhere that it can run, is really, really cool.
Got to go back here, Noel. Just to point out, that includes NVIDIA support right there with
that
just a checkbox. This is one of my favorite DistroBox features. It'll actually symlink the NVIDIA libraries on the host into the box and just use them.
Yep.
So you don't have to think about it. It simply works.
It is unbelievably slick. Like, whenever I am not able to find something as a Flatpak or I'm not able to find something as a brew package, I'm just like, cool, all right, DistroBox it up, pick something, and just put it in there. It's so, so cool.
So myth 3 is image-based Linux is immutable. I hear this word thrown around all the time. And my opinion is that it doesn't really apply to what we're offering here. Immutable implies an unchanging root, something that is not modifiable at any point. Even if you put the runtime descriptor on it, that's not necessarily true here. So with our model of image-based Linux, custom images can be created by forking a single GitHub repository and editing a container file or a build.sh file. You can throw arbitrary commands in there like dnf install or even sed commands that just modify a single file on the disk that you want to change. And that will spit out a perfectly functioning image that you can then rebase to. It's the basically version of sudo in this offering where you just have full control of the image and no one can tell you otherwise. Option 2 is that we have RPM OS tree allowing RPM packages to be layered on top of the system and applied either live with a command or on the very next reboot, which is helpful because if you layer something that is broken for some reason upstream, like a common Linux issue is dependency issues, the image will either not build and the command will simply fail because it could not resolve the dependencies, or if something's broken past dependency resolution, the image will succeed, you will reboot, you'll find that your new image failed to boot, and you can simply select the previous image as if nothing went wrong in the first place.
That's the bulletproof at work. It's awesome.
Yeah. We also offer systemd system extensions, which are relatively a new feature of the systemd suite of utilities. These are disk images that contain a modified version of your root, just the changes that you want to make, that are layered on top of your running system. And these do not require a reboot to work. So a friend of mine at Red Hat, his name's Timothy, he built a repository that allows the creation of these system extensions from Fedora RPMs, which is very impressive. I mean, even versions of Steam have been packaged in this way. So you can just convert an RPM over into a system extension, drag and drop it into a folder, and you now have your system extension live and loaded. Final point is just immutable implies an unchanging read-only root file system. After all this, I don't think it describes what's on offer here. This is simply modern Linux. It's image-based Linux. It's different, and it requires learning just a little bit of that something different, which we all know Linux users don't like to do.
It's so hard. And this is just a basic example of doing exactly that, editing our image template and installing one of the most important, the most important package in Fedora, which is doing some SCaLE. And on top of that, you can get something like this, which I might be over at the Doghouse tonight. I definitely was on there Thursday night when I flew in. I love that place. If you have not tried it, it's absolutely wonderful and amazing. But I suppose if you do want to learn about how to actually do this, you can look at the image template and, you know, it is what it is, you know? Like,
please scan the QR code for the image template. We have a Doghouse on the right, too, if you're interested in going there. Depending on how game night goes, you can probably find me and whatever's left of Noel there tonight. Just covering briefly what I was mentioning about system extensions. We had all these fun videos earlier that showed, you know, us installing something or layering something. Now, this is a still image here. This is a systemd system extension in the varlib extensions folder. Installing them is this simple. It's drag and drop. I don't even have to show you the action of doing it. So it's a very powerful tool. I think with the work Timothy's doing, it's going to probably be the future of layering packages on Fedora rather than RPM OS tree, but we'll see how things develop.
and this is an example of another tool that Timothy Ravier is working on, which love the guy to pieces. He's so great. And this tool basically is a SysX manager tool, which allows you to have basically a simpler way of managing your existing systems extensions. And so basically you make the installation, you go ahead and you can check the status to see what actual SysX you have. It actually runs as a SysX.
Trying to pause that for you. So I guess it's a GIF. You can't.
Yeah, no, that's okay. But essentially, it is a easier way of being able to manage these things from the command line. And ultimately, the goal with reading what he posted on here is that this is a proof of concept to basically merge eventually upstream, so that it's easier just in general to be able to manage this. So when we're talking about the future, which is what was Kyle was saying earlier, it's really bright future. It's very cool. I've played with SysX. It just works, like he said, drag and drop. But this is a way of, so he's showing an example of installing tree and just adding it from the extensions repo for Fedora CoreOS. He's doing an update to basically make sure that it's actually there. And then you can see the status and see, cool, now I have the tree command, which I didn't have before. And so he's going to go ahead and enable it. And then he's going to see the folder, which is what Kyle was talking about, where you can just literally drag and drop the file, but it looks like it has a symlink there. Going to go ahead and refresh, make sure it's actually showing up. And then check, cool, we've got it. And then we're going to go ahead and run the tree command, and there you go. But it can do more than just SL or tree. It can actually, install even more useful applications. In this case, we want GDB on there. So we want to do just some debugging. So cool, we're going to download the update, go ahead. Cool, now we'll just go through the same process again of enabling it. And then we have, we can disable tree and get rid of it if we no longer need it. do a refresh, and there you go. You've got GDB.
Yep.
It's pretty slick.
It just works.
It just works.
I think a cool point here too is much like the app image manager of the past, where the app image manager to manage your app images was itself an app image. It's a miracle I was able to say that without any stumbles. This is actually a system extension. The first part of the script is just building and installing the system extension manager system extension. Now, this is an example of using RPM OS tree to layer something today. I know we recommend to our users that they should not do that. But in this case, it's AMD CTL, which is a command line utility for undervolting AMD CPUs. It's not something that we would ever pre-install for a user, and it's also not something likely to have any kind of dependency issue going forward. Its actual needs are pretty light. And it needs root access, so doing it in distro box doesn't make much sense. You can move on to the next one. It's just simply installing and rebooting. So I think now at this point we can talk a little bit about the Linux gaming ecosystem of today. Kind of a fun topic because there's a lot going on there right now. Linux gaming has a number of issues that affect it today. Primarily, it's fragmentation. Common dependencies are not well documented. There's a lot of tribal knowledges with little tweaks and UDEV rules and drivers and all sorts of other things that all these different offerings are shipping that don't get communicated or kind of get brought to other offerings piecemeal. That institutional knowledge is not shared, which it leads to complications. It leads to strife. The last one is a very common ancient Linux problem, which is distribution packaging. You might have a gaming image or gaming Linux distro that's on Arch, which has Arch packages. You might have one on Debian. You might have one on Fedora. There might be one based on a distro that doesn't yet exist today. Each one of them has its own packaging requirements and its own formats and its own necessary tweaks. And if one is packaging something brand new for their distro, they're probably not packaging it for yours.
But mine is the right one.
Always, every time.
Yeah. My standard is going to be the one that kills all the other standards. Yeah.
Another problem that's affecting us today is hardware and driver support. Picture not related. A lot of hardware vendors ship closed source blobs, which more or less means there's nothing the community can do to fix problems that arise from those blobs. Avoiding that really requires voting with your wallet, because the community can do very little except build something completely different that reverse engineers or makes that hardware work without the blob, where possible. Another problem is multiple vendors. I don't want to single ace this out here because they've been awesome. They're phenomenal. But the original Ally shipped a fingerprint sensor. Super cool that the hardware had it, but they used 2 different vendors when they shipped that sensor. One vendor had full Linux driver support out of the box, which of course was the one that I got when I tested it and was like, oh, everything works great. One vendor had no Linux driver support and still doesn't to this day. So it's kind of a lottery system which piece of hardware that you get. You might have a working fingerprint sensor, you might not. And the very last one is manufacturer interest. At this point now, Linux users are about 5% of the desktop market, roughly. They're a little less of the gaming market. And while a considerable number, it is still a number that could be written off if it means a lot of extra work has to be done on the manufacturer side. So the best thing that you can do as an audience is to buy hardware that already works out of the box today and support the people that make that effort, because they need a reason to continue to make that effort. That's for sure. And as Linux grows, all of these problems will only get better.
And encourage your friends and family too, because that's like another big thing as well, is encouraging others in your community to support the things that support the things you care about. I mean, I know we all do that, but it's so important.
Another hot button topic in Linux gaming is, of course, anti-cheat. I think this screenshot is about as old as me. It definitely looks crusty enough. But anti-cheat is a game industry problem. It is not a Linux problem. In my past life, I worked on e-commerce websites. And if you talk to anyone that has to work in servers anywhere, they're probably going to tell you to never trust the client. It's rule number 1 of just anything secure. So what has happened with the game industry is they've decided, okay, I can trust the client if I have a kernel mode driver running on their machine. And the answer is you really can't. I can have external hardware outside the machine that watches my screen and moves the mouse and does the same thing. The client is never trustworthy. So the proper fix would be for modifying anti-cheat to run server-side. Games like Minecraft actually do that today, and Valve's latest version of VAC does that. So props to them, they're doing the right thing. I adore that work. And that just means making sure that the client is never sent packets for information on where players are they can't see. They never get, they can never decide how fast their own character is moving. It's limited by the server checking the actual capabilities of the game logic, and other simple server-side checks like that. More complicated ones, they're checking for aim hacks, which there have been some people that have had good success with using heuristics to detect that, because a player that can just snap from one person's head to the other doesn't aim like a normal player, and that is expressed in the packets that they are sending to the server.
Except for me, I'm really good.
Good gamer chair. Same answer as before, of course. Vote with your wallet. Buy games that support Linux anti-cheat today. There's Valve's VAC I mentioned works. Epic's EAC has support. BattleEye has support. Punkbuster has support. It's up to the game developers themselves to turn on that support and allow it to work on Linux. It's not Linux's issue preventing them. Make them work for your money. All this is an economic problem and not a technical problem. And speaking of voting with your wallet, I think it's just worth a quick shout out. Stop Killing Games initiative. They've ended here in the US, but the European one is still going on. Their goal is to prevent publishers from turning off games that you've purchased. It doesn't mean they have to support it indefinitely. It just means there has to be an out where the community can take over that support. Run an old server, or release partial source code so that something could be maintained. However they choose to do it, just keep your games that you bought working.
And I want to make a callback to a slide that we had last year, which was, man, this art is cool. I was like, Kyle, we have to use this slide again. Like, I can't do the presentation without doing it. And really, Linux, as a community, sits on the shoulders of giants, sits on top of other projects, and really works hard to basically make things better and better over time. And I think like the growth that we've had as a community, just all of the interests around it, it's amazing. Like, we should be so proud of ourselves as the community. And I am just like so thankful to be working with so many cool people in the industry that, my goodness, I never thought I would actually ever be able to do. And so we decided to do co-op mode because we can't do this alone. We, as the Linux gaming community, and a bunch of projects have gotten together and have said, enough is enough. We're going to share this stuff, because we've already been doing it anyway. That's the real secret, is the fact that we have been sharing this stuff. We've been sharing patches, and what we want is we want the industry to start paying attention and saying, here's the place you go.
And a lot of them already are. It's more about providing them a centralized place where, hey,
exactly,
you come talk to this entity, and you get everyone else that's attached to it.
Exactly. Yep. It is the place to go, and the intention is to work together to get these things upstream so that everybody benefits, not just one singular project.
Yeah. We have some OGC members in the audience. If you're willing, we'd love it if you stood up and even came up here. We can be part of the questioning aspect of this.
Clap. I love these guys.
Thank you, you guys. I'm really glad you're here.
The other thing is, we need your help, because it can't just be us alone. Like I said, we've got lots of work to do in order to make gaming even better than it already is. And I am so thrilled to, just put out this call to action and just say, hey, let's get this going. Like, no matter what distribution you're on, you can benefit from doing this. No matter what, RPMs are the best, quote unquote, or Nix is the best, or whatever the case may be. But we're trying to make this so that everybody can game on Linux, because that's what I want. Everybody should be able to do that.
The too long didn't watch this talk, for those of you who are clicking on the video in our Discord or something. Cloud native Linux or image-based Linux is anything but immutable. No, I will not elaborate. Being approachable to new users doesn't mean you can't make overarching changes to your install. Of course, we allow arbitrary changes to the image. Vote with your wallet. Linux has a considerable user base, and it can drive real change as long as everyone is making decisions that benefit Linux. The only fragmentation you want in your games is the fragmentation grenade. So let's try to keep the fragmentation in the Linux community out of the Linux gaming space. We want to support everyone equally. And the last thing is working together means getting more for less. It benefits everybody. So always, always, and I don't have to say this to everyone here at SCaLE. I mean, we're all friends here. Every distro on Earth is here right now. So thank you all for being here.
I'm going to try to start that long, but I'll handle questions.
Oh, sure, thank you.
So now is the section for the Q&A.
Yeah.
Ask anything you want. We're all here.
This is an OGT Q&A now. It doesn't have to be Bazzite related.
Hello. Okay, I've recently tried just basic on your regular Fedora, and I'm coming to learn about SE Linux. Do I have to worry about SE Linux in here, or?
Fedora does a very good job with their default SE Linux config. There is a single issue that we've had with it in Bazzite's entire existence, which is related to old 32-bit Valve games and their use of an audio library that needs exec permissions. Most of the time, you're not going to run into it. If you do, whatever tweak you would have had to have made in Fedora is the same tweak here. It's one-to-one. And you can always turn it off, too. I don't recommend that, but you can.
Hi. Hello? Okay. You said you're looking for help wanted. What type of projects? I've got some CIS students who might need some honors projects.
Oh, that's really cool. Would anyone want to cover anything they're interested in?
Hi, I'm one of the Fear Labs people. We're in OGC. We're always looking for RPM packagers for the Terra repository that Bazzite and Ultramarine Linux share. So if you want to send your students... Right? Yeah, what do you say?
Nobara 2?
Nobara might use it. You can use
Cool.
Yeah, Aggie, let's go. But if your students want to learn RPM packaging, we have a great guide on how to do it. So developer.fearlabs.com. We'll have links somewhere at some point.
And
ask me, and I'll help you. Ask this guy.
I love RPM packaging a lot. I maintain like 1/7 of the Terra packages that we have, and I love helping new contributors.
Anything from Open Gamepad UI's perspective? No. Okay, that's fair. The answer is we're always looking. So if you look in the Bazzite GitHub or the Open Gaming Collective GitHub repository, any repo in there that can take any change at all, we're accepting pull requests. We'll be happy to have them. And of course, if it's a project too that's just potentially something beneficial Linux gaming, reach out to us because we might just want to pull that into the OGC and provide extra support for it as well.
Yeah, I was wondering about, I guess kind of like the focus as you go forward. Like it seems to be like the focus right now is kind of like the enablement of gaming on Linux and gaming as like a consumer, as like the end gamer, but first OS, and like, are there any ways that we can get involved to help?
Be cool if I talk about the images that we're thinking. Yeah. All right, so there's 2 ways that we're thinking about that. From Bazzite's perspective, we're working on something called Bazzite GDX. Already today, there's a version of Bazzite called Bazzite DX, which is the Bluefin developer experience shipping on top of Bazzite. It just means you have VS Code and a number of other tools pre-installed and ready to use. The GDX version is going to expand that so that you have 3D artistry tools, you've got access to things like Godot or Unity or the Unreal Engine, and whatever else a game developer might need. So right now we're kind of accepting comments on that and looking for what would be best to offer or most helpful. Because the thinking is this is not necessarily reproducible, but this is a widely deployable image where every piece of hardware you have has the same experience. So it could be useful in a studio. From the OGC perspective, if you're not necessarily a game developer, but you're a Linux developer, we're looking at leveraging this image-based technology to ship reference images of different distros with the OGC toolkits put on top of it. So a version of Debian with the OGC kernel and Open Gamepad UI, a version of Arch, a version of Fedora. not for end user use, but for other Linux projects in the community to say, oh, this container file has the exact steps needed to turn Debian into a gaming distro. I'll take this and bring it into my project. And that's something we're going to use to support as many other projects as we can.
Could you briefly talk about what your approach is for experimental stuff and preview stuff? I recently started using the Heroic Games launcher for my GOG games because I saw something saying that it supported achievements. Turns out it's not really in the main branch yet and stuff. So
I see. Well, from Bazzite's perspective, it just means that you might need to pull it from a different repo. If you were trying to use a feature that wasn't in the FlatHub release, which is typically how Heroic's installed on Bazzite and typically shipping stable, then you could always switch over to DistroBox and use a nightly version of Heroic that might have that feature turned on.
You can also layer it if you want. You can also layer it with RPM OS3. We have Heroic and Terra. You should use the Flatpak, but that's an option.
Take it.
So I'm part of another group that we work with Heroic and Lutris and all the game-specific launchers. And with Heroic in particular, I would definitely strongly advise using the Flatpak because they keep that mostly up to date, and that's where a lot of their main attention comes from. The other issue is when you get to packages that are provided by a distribution or a third-party repository as opposed to the Flatpak, then you get into, well, maybe they may not maintain it directly, or the distribution is behind in their versioning. So again, stressing the Flatpak.
I think it's great though that all these different Linux projects are friends or at least talk to each other. Linux in general, it's incredible.
So I had a question about hardware support in image-based OSs. My motherboard has a weird fan sensor that needs an out-of-tree kernel driver to be able to actually work. And it needs to be force installed in a way that doesn't necessarily make sense to have everybody do. And in a non-image-based thing, I wouldn't need to fork an image and then do all of this in a forked image and then maintain that fork of an image. I would just have something installed and be able to make sure that I update that kernel driver every time I update my kernel. And so I'm wondering from a UX perspective for people with slightly tricky hardware, is there going to be an answer better than fork the image? Because I wouldn't want to tell a friend that isn't as into this stuff as me, that is trying to get into Bazzite on their machine, that, oh, I'll just have to fork this image for you and do this weird thing so that way you can actually control your fans.
Yeah, the unfortunate answer is that's just a limitation of image-based. There's nothing really coming to fix it, and right now building an out-of-tree kernel module for image-based means you have a separate repository that has the exact kernel in it, builds the AK mod for the kernel, and then packages an RPM to be installed into the final image, and it just does that every image build. Part of what OGC is trying to do is uplift these projects that are out of tree but need to be in tree. Try to get them to actually submit it, or if they have submitted, get them the support that they need to go get it finalized and approved and in the Linux kernel. And part of it is going to be voting with your wallet. If you already own the hardware, it's awful, and I'm sorry. But if you can't avoid buying that hardware in the first place, that's the best way to make sure it works. Oh yeah, please.
Yeah, so the real answer to that question is figure out why that kernel module can't be upstreamed and get that fixed so it can be upstreamed, right? And that's an intensive process, and that's part of the reason that OGC exists, is so that we can help guide that pathway forward, right? And in the meantime, right, so we have an upstream first mentality with our kernel, so we want to push that upstream, but it can take quite a while to get those approved, so we can also ship that kernel driver in our kernel ahead of time while it gets reviewed. If they take, you added a semicolon where you didn't need to. That's like a 2-week turnaround, yeah, but yeah, that's the goal, is to take those niche things and get them upstreamed so that we don't have to worry about using AK mods or DKMS anymore.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that you brought up too. Part of Help Wanted is it goes both ways. If you're working on a Linux driver for some unique piece of gaming hardware and you need testers, come talk to the OGC. As long as you're working on upstreaming it and it doesn't horribly break things, that's more than 70,000 plus weekly users that can test your driver and make sure it gets into the Linux kernel.
Very good.
Any other questions?
Any more questions? So we'll thank the presenter.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you all for being here. And thank you guys for being here too, seriously. Come on. Good job, you guys. Thank you. I think we're a little past even. We're done.
Get it out. Just
The next.
We'll see. It's all right. Let it go. We'll see you guys at game night.
We'll let you free.
up pretty soon. Okay. There we go. Let's see, one more minute. Yeah, turn those off. The other thing you could be picking up is this little microphone up here, this black one. It might be picking it up from that too. I don't know. Okay, I think I do this, and then I'm going to do this. This is the easiest way for me to reset everything. Uh-oh, what happened here? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Mad Dog Hall, and I am the Board Chair Emeritus of the Linux Professional Institute. That and $350 will get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks almost any place. Unless, of course, they're closed, like at 2 o'clock. Ridiculous. I want to announce the Old Farts BOF. We kind of got a late announcement of this, but it is going to be held in room 209 from 1900 to 2000 hours tonight. And if there's any Windows users in the room, that's 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Okay? So for all of you who wonder who this weird old guy, this old fart, who's standing up here on the stage, who is Mad Dog? Well, I have been in the computer industry for a long time, you know, and I'm not going to go through all the junk on here. The most important thing, of course, is the Dilbert slide, the Dilbert cartoon up in the corner, where if you want to, here's a nickel, go get yourself a real operating system. Now, I started writing programs in 1969. We didn't call them open source. We mainly distribute them in source code because there wasn't any sense in creating binary images and sending them around because there weren't that many computers around, okay? And I met Richard Stallman in 1986. I'd gone to work for Digital Equipment Corporation, and we wanted to help out the GNU Foundation putting their code, the FSF actually, putting the GNU code onto Ultrix, our system. And I met him by giving him his first VAX microcomputer. In May of 1994, I met Linus Torvalds, this person I'd never heard of, who was working on a project I didn't know anything about. I was asked to fund his trip to DECUS in New Orleans, and it was there I saw Linux working for the first time and said, this is the best thing since sliced bread. I've been working on a project called Caninos Lucos down in Brazil ever since 2012. This was to help people in Brazil, has a very high import duty rate, to be able to get a system for a reasonable price. But more than that, it was to help them learn how to design and manufacture and create supply chains and support free software and open hardware. And we'll get more into that later on. And I've been a Bernie boy since 2015, unabashed, flaming liberal. I am left of Bernie, actually. I've been to over 100 countries, most of them more than one time. I am married to a Brazilian, and we just celebrated our 9th wedding anniversary last Saturday. Now, I'm going to remind you of what happened before capitalism. Before capitalism, there was serfdom, okay? There were kings and there were serfs. And the kings told the serfs what to do, when to marry, when to have children, and stuff like that. Later on, the kings kind of shared that power with the church, okay? But the power still came from the king. And they made and executed, and I use that term strongly, their laws. And the serfs basically owned nothing. Now, in the United States, we kind of overcame King George, but we started a different one, and we had masters and slaves, okay? And again, the masters owned everything, and the slaves owned nothing, and they told the slaves what to do, when to marry, what to eat, when to have kids. They sold off their kids, they were property, and the slaves owned nothing. Now, we have closed source companies. They are the masters. They are the ones that tell you where you can put your software, how many people can use your software, when you can upgrade your software, when you have to throw away your hardware because the software no longer works on it, Windows 11, and when to retire their software, okay? And I will remind you that there's about 10 million people that are still using Windows XP for various reasons, okay? And they can't get patches, and they can't get put on the new hardware, and they can't get new applications, and so forth and so on. And so closed source users are software slaves, okay? Now, open source is actually not much better. Open source is great for developers, because developers can get all this software that's already been written and tested and works and made standards and stuff like that. That's wonderful. Saves them a lot of time and a lot of... Back in 1969, if you wanted to have functionality, you wrote it yourself. There weren't any databases. There weren't nothing like that. You had to write everything. But hey, today's nice. We got all these big packages of software that we can use, and it's great. And it's tested more or less, at least, kind of, and everything. And the developers, pardon me? Works on my laptop. And developers know how to use it. Okay, more or less. But the end users still can't, still only get binaries in a lot of cases. They still can't change the software. They still can't fix the software. The end users are still software slaves. And many of the detriments of closed source still exist. You can see generally how the software works, but not exactly how the software works. So freedom software, or some people call free software, is truly the path. Free software allows the end users to do all these things, to fix the software, to see how it works, to upgrade the software when they want to, and put as many users on as they want. Use the software for any purpose whatsoever. Now, I still remember the arguments back in the days of developing the 4 laws of free software freedom. And people say, well, I don't want my software to be used by the military. I don't want my software to be used by banks. I don't want my software to be used by the government. I don't want my software to be used by the Catholics, for God's sakes, not the Catholics. So, so when you drew the Venn diagram of all the people that couldn't use the software, you found out that it was nowhere. Nobody could use it for any reason. So we obviously had to say you could use the software for any reason whatsoever. And we realized that you can't teach morality with technology. You have to teach morality by being moral, okay? So when you have all of this software and you can fix the things down to the last nit, it now becomes a business decision. Maybe you don't have the expertise to fix the software, but you can hire somebody who does. This becomes your business decision about whether you live with the software the way it is or whether you hire somebody to fix it and maybe join in a community of people who will join together and fix that software. Now, business people, and I've talked to lots of them. I talked to lots of them about free software. And I'll tell you, they hate freedom. They absolutely hate freedom. Government hates freedom too. And the reason they hate freedom is because with freedom comes choice. Okay? Freedom means that you can go and you can find another supplier. Freedom means, oh God, you can't have freedom. What business people really like is control. If you go to talk to a business person about using free software, don't even say free software, just say you have control. You can now make the business decision about what you're going to do with your software. That they understand. So now we come back to sovereignty, because that's what the name of this talk is, sovereignty, okay? And I'll tell you, I love Donald Trump because, well, so I used to love Microsoft because of Vista. Vista was the best thing that Microsoft could ever do for Linux, except, of course, Windows 11. Windows 11 is taking the cake, okay? And even if you buy a new system with Windows 11 on it, right? It comes with it. They've got their AI so twisted into it that it slows down the system. And people who have had the system with Windows 10 on it, they put Windows 11 on it, and it just slows down, right? And they complain about it. So, and Lenovo who is selling Windows 11 on their laptops, they're saying that they get 1 out of every laptop, 8 laptops sold, returned to them because the people complain that they're too slow. And it's mostly because of Windows 11, okay? So, Trump, on the other hand, has pissed off a lot of these countries so much that they are now saying, hey, we don't want to use AWS. We don't want to use, Google stuff. We don't want to use Microsoft because these companies are headquartered in the United States. And if the U.S. government goes to them with a subpoena and says, either you do this or you're going to jail, well, they have a choice. Do that or go to jail or fight it off in the courts, which costs lots of money and stuff like that. And so the rest of the world is now looking at sovereignty, okay? Moving their data outside of the U.S., moving their control of their software outside of the U.S. And I started thinking about this. I said, well, it's not just these foreign countries. People need sovereignty. People need to have control of their data. And it's not just their data. They need to have control of their software. They need to have control of their networking. They need to have control of their technology, the design and the manufacturing supply chain. How many of you remember during COVID, all of a sudden you couldn't buy a new car? You couldn't buy a new car because all those tiny little microchips were tied up in some boat in some country and stuff like that. We couldn't get a hold of them, and they couldn't get a new car. And then you couldn't get a used car because all the people that wanted used cars were now buying used cars, and everything was drying up. This is a supply chain problem. And we're going to start seeing a supply chain problem again. We're seeing a slight one because of tariffs, but we're going to see it again because of the war that's happening, that's cutting off the oil in the strait, okay? We're going to see this happen again. Users want to have control. Now, I think you get the idea here, and I think you get the idea of sovereignty. But there's a problem that's coming up, and I want to warn all of you about it. That problem is called quantum computing. And it used to be that we would say, why is quantum computing bad? It's because all the stuff that we have spent all the years encrypting, and we have spent all the years building VPNs, that is about to be undone by quantum computers that are going to be able to come in and decrypt that stuff that we thought was going to take 100,000 years to decrypt, is going to be able to decrypt it in 15 minutes. And so if you say, well, this is still a long time away, we'll get to that in a moment. The thing is that what these people are doing is they're capturing your data now, and they're selling it on the data market. They're holding it ready for that quantum computer to be ready to decrypt it, okay? So we need to start right now in re-encrypting our data with quantum computing safe, or at least resistant, algorithms that NIST has made public, that people are starting to use. Red Hat has started to use it. They make it available and stuff. But you have to use it. You have to be aware of this because it's coming. Just like Y2K, came. We managed to do enough stuff to fend it off, but we need to start now. And even now may be too late, okay? And that's because when we looked at quantum, the next month it was 2 years out, okay? And now Brazil is buying a commercial quantum computer from a Chinese firm, okay? So now it's turning into a commercial thing that it's still a small one, still not very powerful, still maybe for education, but it's coming, okay? And like I said, it may be too late because they're harvesting the data now and they'll decrypt it tomorrow. And things like, your bank account numbers, every time we turn around, we see another bank that's been broken into and somebody's captured the data and stuff. There's a value for that, and people are selling it. This includes, so you're sitting there, you're safe. I'm using my VPN, I'm safe from people spying on me, okay? You're in an airport or something. But let me tell you, when quantum computing is there, while you're in your encrypted system, while you're using your VPN, they could decrypt it find out the keys, and break into it, and you wouldn't even know that it happened. So now people are beginning to say, what cloud should we use? And the question you have to ask yourself is, what laws apply to it? Now, I do a lot of work in Brazil. I'm married to a Brazilian. I've been doing a lot of work for years. And they have their own laws about encryption and data and privacy and stuff. And normally that would be good enough for them. They're laws of their country. They vote on it. They can change it. They can have it. But they're also under the laws of the United States because of the Patriot Act and things. So I, as a U.S. citizen, am protected by our Constitution from people spying on me. But under the Patriot Act, if I talk to somebody in Brazil, then they can come in and watch our conversation. And that I object to. And we need to be able to say, what supply chain are they using for these clouds? Are they going to be able to keep up with this? Now, recently we had a whole thing about lack of RAM and lack of storage because of AI, okay? Well, the thing is, there's storage people and the RAM people say, we're sold out of RAM and storage for the next 2 years. But what happens if the AI bubble crashes? What happens to all of those contracts they have for all of that data and stuff? Who's going to be hurt by that? We need to think about our supply chains. And if we really need that much more RAM and that much more storage, we need to start building those factories now so that in 2 to 3 years, we'll be able to have the supply we need. Now, what chipset do they use? And how do you test that chip? Now, most Intel chips, as an example, are called complicated instruction set computers. That for every machine language instruction, you have hundreds, sometimes tens, sometimes hundreds of these little micro instructions which are being executed inside the chip. You can't really test, you can't really see what that microcode is doing. And you could find that there would be some very large, very powerful entity, let's put it that way, who might grab some board that you've done, pull it apart, chip that they have made into that board, and then package it up, and you would never be able to tell it was opened in the first place. Now, if you think this is impossible to do, let me assure you, it is not, okay? And I have actually ran into people who can do this work. So, and if you might remember a couple months back, maybe a year back, there were these pagers that blew up in Iran because a certain government had gone in and changed the pagers and programmed them and shipped them out and had them purchased and stuff, and they hit the button and boom, all these pagers that they knew who had bought them blew up and killed people. This is the type of level of sophistication that we're going against. Now, you might say, you know, I as a person on the street, I can't really have the opportunity to know this type of work, or to test this type of work. However, your government should be doing that. Your government should know where the fabrication plant is, and where is the PCB board manufactured, and what is the boot code? Is your boot code trusted? And to do that, you need to have open source for all of that stuff. So today, we have two things that are fundamental in this. We have freedom software, where you get all the source code, and we have RISC-V architecture, which is a reduced instruction set computer that you can actually look at the mask and see how it is done, how it's manufactured. And then, because each instruction is typically one machine cycle, you can actually time those machine cycles to see whether that chip was fooled with or not, okay? It's not perfect, but it's a lot better than that. So what we need are sovereign clouds, clouds that are put together with security first. It is the first thing that you think about. Now, I'm going to tell you why a lot of the modern day clouds are not security first. They're not security first because you have to log into them. You're on your whatever system, and you have to give your name and your password to go across the internet and log into that system. Well, if you can log into that system with your login name and your password, somebody else can log into that system with your login and password. In fact, they can find a level of attack on that system to go in even without knowing your login and password, okay? So this is not security first. This is ease of use first. This is availability first. It is not security first. Clouds where people can't interfere with your path from yourself to where the cloud is. This means local data, local cloud, local systems. A lot of the cloud manufacturers are doing that. They're setting up local data centers, around the world. However, they're still all controlled, really, by the companies in the United States. And you need authentication that is both open and secure. Now, I consult with a company called Q Sentinel, and they decided to put together a cloud service that is security first and is sovereignty first. In fact, they tell people to give them sovereignty. So they've set up a data center in Switzerland where they're using mainframe computers, and they put their software on top of Red Hat Linux, running on top of VM, IBM's VM, running on top of IBM Z series computers. That gives a very, very good security model. But the interesting part of their security is you don't log into their server system. Their server system logs into you. So you have devices which are capable of creating a quantum-proof VPN, and the server administrator knows what those devices are and creates that QPN to the device. There is no attack vector. This thing is invisible on the internet. You can't log into it. You have to use that device, which is known, to be able to talk to the cloud. And therefore, you log into your device. That's it. You log into your device, and then the device is connected to the cloud. And this is a service that they're selling right away. And, it's for big companies, it's for governments, it's for people who really, really, really need that level of security. However, not all of us are there. We want to have a freedombox.org. This was started by a guy named Eben Moglen back around 12 or 13 years ago. Eben is a lawyer at Columbia University. He is a security and privacy person. And he was very worried about, cloud stuff. He said, I want to have a really secure cloud that people could plug into their wall. It uses only like 5 or 6 watts of electrical power. And I want it to be easy enough that people would be able to set it up and use it. Is it mom and pop easy? No. But is it a lot easier than setting up all of this stuff that you need for a secure system? Yes. Okay. And about 2 years ago, they came out with version 1.0 and started to publicize it, and people started to look at it. And it's written to run on single-board computers or recycled computers. Okay. It runs on almost anything. And the software for it is included in Debian 10, and it may be included in Fedora. I haven't looked. I don't know. So you can set up your own server. And then you can also do a neat backup thing where you set up half your disk space for somebody else who has a Freedom Box. And they back up their Freedom Box to your Freedom Box. And then you back up your data to their Freedom Box, okay? So if your house catches on fire or stuff like that, you have a backup that exists some other place. If there's a flood or a famine or somebody breaks in your house and steals it, you got your backup some other place. Now, this also supports the Fediverse.party software. So you can set up a little community type of server that people can share and share their most private things. If you want to send all of your cat pictures to Microsoft Cloud, go ahead. Just inundate them with cat pictures. I'm sure they'll love it. But if you want to have your things like your credit card numbers and stuff like that, you want to put them in this really secure little server. Now, recently I started looking at multi-factor authentication. And when you have your login name and your password, that's one level of authentication. And fortunately, over the years, we've gotten a little bit better. We no longer use passwords. We use passphrases, okay? My passphrase, I guarantee you that you would go for the dawn of time and never be able to guess it, okay? Never be able to break into my system using my passphrase, okay? But in any case, there's lots of other types of authentication. So for those of you that use a cell phone, maybe you have a fingerprint on that. My cell phone also allows facial recognition, although I wouldn't torture anything with that. And I'm not a big fan of facial recognition either because of the large amount of hair that I have on my face. But you can also have different types of, like if somebody's trying to log into your system and they're not in your country or in your state or in your house, and it's not a certain time of the day or day of the week, then you don't let them log in, okay? And these are all these different types of authentication that you can build into your system. Now, I started looking at hardware keys, and there's various different types of hardware keys out there. There's YubiKey as one. And these are little hardware keys you can plug into your system that allow you to log in. You can also set it up so unless a hardware key is present, you can't do a sudo onto your system. You can't switch users onto your system. You can say, hey, if the hardware key is present, I will de-encrypt my file system, okay? And so all these different things that you can program into your system. And they follow a standard called FIDO2. And you can even say, oh, I'm at a system in the local library. It's a Microsoft system, and I want to use it. I mean, I don't have a login and a password on the system in the library, but I want to log into my Google account. And so you set it up so that it will look for this on the system in the library and allow you to log into Google. Without it, you can't log into Google, okay? So it can be used by lots of different services in various different types of clouds, or it can be used to protect your system. This works on Linux, BSD, Windows, Android, iOS, all the different major systems in the world. So this, I was looking at the wrong side. So if you get a hardware key like this, whether it be a YubiKey or this particular one is solo key, if you get that, then you need two of them. You need one to use for every day, and I normally keep this one on my keychain. And you give one to your mother, or you keep it in a safety deposit box, because if you have one stolen and you lose the other one, you're cooked. Okay, there's nobody who can help you. So you need to have one in a safe place so that if you do lose your primary key, you can capture the other one and then remove the one that was stolen or damaged or anything and add a new one in for authentication. And then you give the new one to your mother or your safe deposit box. Now, in the best of all possible worlds, this should also be an open design because you wouldn't be able to have control over it, okay? And so I've been working with solokeys.com, which makes an open source key. And the firmware, the source code it uses to put in your system, it's all open. They publish how their PCB is made. They have their Gerber files. They have their bill of materials. And so if you're in a country, this may be not the United States, you say, I want to manufacture this in my country, you can, okay? And it's FIDO2 compliant, so it meets the standards and everything. You can use it through SE Linux for Red Hat. Or if you want to use AppArmor, it's supported by PM and AppArmor. And so, it's very, very efficient, very good. And LPI is kind of helping them market it because it is free and open source. It is open. And if you go to our booth in the exhibition hall, or you can take a picture of that right there, you'll get a 23% discount on everything in their catalog. And there's no limit on how many of them you're going to get. So if you want to buy 1,000 of them for your company, then you'll get 23% discount, which is about $10 for each one. So you save $1,000 or $10,000 on it. And so that's basically my talk. And if you have any questions or anything like that, at our booth we have the equivalent of that little sign there. Oops, I didn't want to do that. We have the equivalent of that little sign, so if you didn't get a chance to take that picture, you can come by our booth and take a picture of the sign there. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back up through all my slides and remind people that the Old Farts BOF is in room 209 between 1900 and 2000. And I tried to get beer there, but we just didn't work. It just didn't work out. And for Windows users, that is from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. And so with that, I will ask for any questions. And if you have a question, please say it slowly and I'll repeat it, or we can maybe get the microphone sent around to you so you can ask it and get your voice recorded for posterity. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the talk. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you fine.
I don't know why I wrote down this. Did you talk about there's some kind of time on the chip on one of your slides?
I'm sorry, what?
There's, for the hardware chip, there's a way you can time the chip? Or
Yes. Wait a minute, you need a microphone.
Were you talking about what he was saying about if someone's trying to log in as you, but it's the wrong time that you would be blocked? Oh, the risk.
So
okay.
I know the question. I will answer it. Okay, I'll answer it. So when I was working for Digital Equipment Corporation, we had a program called ACTS. And ACTS would go through and execute every instruction in the instruction base, every addressing mode, every data type for the entire VAX instruction set, which was a complicated instruction set computer. Running at 1 million instructions a second, it took an entire month to run that program one time, okay? Now, if you reduce the number of instructions, and you reduce the number of addressing modes, and you reduce the number of data types, you could run the same program in 30 minutes, okay? Because it's kind of exponential as it goes. Now, this is just to test each instruction for the proper length. Now, let's say, in the IBM instruction set, as an example, the 2 instructions that were the longest running instructions were changing an EBCDIC number, like EBCDIC character, to a binary coded decimal. Then the next instruction was changing the binary coded decimal to a binary number. These are very long and instructions. And you could time how long those instructions were running. So if you change the microcode for those instructions, it would probably change the timing for that, and you would be able to know that somebody had tampered with that instruction. Because RISC instructions typically only have 1 clock cycle per instruction, they don't have any microcode, you can't really test that, right? It's really not possible. So people would typically not change a RISC instruction to do that. Okay? You're welcome. I know all these weird things, okay?
Test.
Ask a Seminole fight, yeah.
Oh, hello. You said about those the solo keys, right? Well, interestingly, I was one of the Kickstarter backers for those when they were doing the Kickstarter. And unfortunately, COVID happened and there was a big delay. I got the keys probably a year or two late. And I had one of the very limited edition purple keys that they actually had, very limited purple ones. And then for some reason, right around 2023, and on GitHub, people are questioning, is the project dead? There are no firmware updates since like 2022 when I last updated. So I was surprised that you were doing this, and it's like I was kind of afraid that, you know, Solo Keys was dead, and I've actually moved on, went to YubiKeys.
Okay, so let me tell you what happened. Okay.
Do you know what happened?
Yes, I do know what happened. So I was working for the Q Sentinel project, and I was also one of the Kickstarter people on that. And there were a lot of Kickstarter people because they had certain problems in doing their manufacturing. One of the problems was each one of these keys has a little indentation that they pour epoxy into, so you can't change the components on the key without people seeing that it's been tampered with. And getting that machine to be able to do that was one of the things that held up the production, because they were expecting that it was going to happen. You know, the Kickstarter project would last a year. It lasted almost 2 years. And a lot of people asked for their money back, and they gave them the money back. But they eventually did manufacture the chips, and that's one of the ones that you got, I got back then. But then COVID hit and disrupted their supply chain and disrupted the sales of their chips, of their keys. And so they couldn't go on. They just stopped. And yeah, it was kind of dead. But now the same people have started it back up again. And they're determined that they're going to make these keys and make these keys go forward. And so COVID is over. They've redesigned the key because there was a mistake in the NFC chip. They've gotten a new chip. They've redesigned the printed circuit board, and they're moving forward. So I got involved just at the time that they were making this decision to go forward, and now they're going to start manufacturing them again and selling them again and upgrading their website again and upgrading the software and stuff like that for everybody that had the old keys and now have buying the new keys. So I have to look at the future. I can't look at the past. But I have talked with these people. I believe that they have their hearts in the right place, that they want to continue doing free and open source stuff, continue publishing their circuit diagrams and their software up on the internet. And so I say, yeah. They're normally $46 a piece, you know, single quantity, but you can get 23% off if you buy them, you know, through this thing. So I am also working with the University of Sao Paulo. I'm working with the Freedom Box people. Freedom Box is kind of in the same boat. They're a great thing, but they haven't had a lot of publicity. And so the number of sales that they have are small. And I'm trying to get them to have larger number of sales to generate more money, that they can have more thing in the project. And that's what we have to do with free software. I'll point out that one of the problems of free software on the desktop is that for a certain number of years, we would have 2 to 3% of the desktop sales. And so we didn't get things like games and stuff. We didn't get a lot of the applications that we really wanted to have put into free software because there wasn't enough of a market. And so to fix that problem, you have to create the market. And right now we're selling between 11 and 15% of the desktop sales. And that's going to start to attract a lot of the companies that haven't ported to desktop free software to do that work. And so what I'm hoping, and there's, you know, I've been in the business for 50 years. I know that there is a hump that you go over. And when you reach that hump, all of a sudden lots of doors open up. And we need to be able to say, yeah, we're going to push this. Every single one of us has to go out there and push this. I know that I'm preaching to the choir here in this room, but there's some people, this may be their first SCaLE that they've come to. So we have to tell you the warts as well as the benefits. And you need to go out to your educators, your government, and you have to say, are you going to be slaves or are you going to be masters of your fate? And there's a lot of stuff that's happening right now that is an opportunity for us to have more Linux. And maybe you're not in the United States. Maybe you're in Brazil. Maybe you're in Ghana. And you have an opportunity now to work with free software and to build an economy in your own country. That, to me, the far left Bernie boy, is the way that we really get world peace. When everybody feels that they can have an opportunity to make money, to make a living, and to have control of their own destiny. Thank you. Okay, we have about 20 minutes. If you can still take more questions.
Sorry to. Hello?
Yeah.
Sorry to dwell on the solo keys more, but Nitro Key makes a similar authentication key, and I believe that they're open source. So is that, I should say, yeah, I don't know, open source, free? I don't know if it's free and open source. But anyways, do you know any differentiators between the solo key and the Nitro Key?
No, I haven't taken a huge look at all. I do know there are other keys that are open source. But again, it's to what is open source and what is free software. And I know the solo key, but talking with the management and stuff like that, they feel. I'm not saying that you should go out and buy a solo key. I'm saying that we're selling it here with a 23% discount. You can look at it yourself. You can make your own decision about which way you want to go. But what I am telling you is you really need to think about multi-factor authentication and really, make that part of your security platform, okay? So I mentioned YubiKey, the Solo Key, you mentioned Nitro Key. There's all different ones. But the other thing about it is it should be following a standard like FIDO2. So that if for some reason one of these companies goes away, your multi-factor authentication is still valid, okay?
So thinking of the cloud, my feeling is that I don't want anything that I depend on to depend on something that has to go to the cloud. If I want a self-driving car, I want the car to do all of the work internally. No external communication at all. If that works, it's no different than if I'm driving the car because I have no external communication while I'm doing that. And so I have the same amount of control. But if you go to the cloud or you go to any kind of communication, you do not have that autonomy.
Well, that is true. But back in the day, when I started programming on computers, you had a computer in the room, and networking was carrying a box of cards down the hallway to your friend. Computer security was locking the door at night, and graphics was putting out ASCII art of Snoopy lying on top of his doghouse. So after that, we had some type of communication. In the early days of Unix, it was Unix to Unix copy, UUCP. And that was from node to node, okay? And that's what we used. But then after a while, people started saying, well, we should have servers of workstations. And you hooked up your workstation to your servers so you could communicate your data faster and better, and you could also do larger problems that you wouldn't expend on any one of your given desktop systems. Now, somewhere along the line, they changed the word server to cloud. And all the people who used to do client-server stuff said, Well, the cloud is just another server. And so the little cloud I showed you, cloud server I showed you, the Freedom Box, is a cloud. It provides you cloud services. You know, it was interesting that for a while I looked at Freedom Box and I said, the software in there is really clunky. It doesn't have a good user interface and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden I realized it's not supposed to be a user interface. It's supposed to be a cloud services thing. The user interface is still on your iPhone or your Android phone or your Linux desktop. That's supposed to supply the user interface. And all the cloud is supposed to do is transfer blocks of data to you so you can share those blocks of data with other people. Now the real question is, who controls that cloud? Is it you? Or is it somebody you trust? Or is it somebody that's far away? And who can turn off your cloud? And where do you get your updates from your cloud, for your cloud? And that's what you have to determine. But I think there's been enough evidence of people or clouds that people break into them, steal a lot of data, you never even hear about it, right? And I think that all the instances of clouds being broken into, for all the ones we've heard about, there may be a lot more of them that we don't hear about, that are hidden from us. So these are all things you need to think about. And, I understand your feelings, sir. But, I go around and I tell people that sovereignty of computing is so important, because if I click my fingers like this and computers were to disappear from the face of the earth, then these lights would go off, airplanes would fall from the sky, cars would refuse to run. We're stuck with it. We can no longer compute the needs of the world with a slide rule. In fact, most of the people I know don't even know how to use a slide rule. I do, because I'm an old fart. So did I answer your question, sir? Okay. Well, I hope you don't use email then.
I just have a question. How do you think the future of AI looks like, and how could we steer it towards individual sovereignty?
First of all, I was using expert systems back in 1986. In fact, I wrote an expert system to be an expert systems administrator. An expert system at that time, the one I was using a language called CLIPS, developed by NASA, which was free software. And what happened was you had rules and you had data. And you applied the rules to data to see if the data was conforming to your rules. So what type of data were we talking to? Sorry, not data, but facts. You had facts and you had rules. What type of facts were you talking about? Well, it was the permissions on a file that was a fact. It was the path length of the path was a fact. It was the count of how many bytes were in that file was a fact, okay? These were all facts. And if they differed from what the rules said they were supposed to be, then maybe your system was compromised. And so you developed rules to change the system back to what it should be. And CLIPS was so fast that I could go down through a Unix system, the TCP/IP and UUCP systems of a system, in about a third of a second. And that was running at 1 million instructions a second on a VAX. So that was an expert system, and we had lots of expert systems. Doctors were using expert systems. So when you went to a doctor, they looked at temperature, your eyes, and mucus, the stuff. Then they ran into their back room and they opened up this big book and said, if you have these symptoms, you probably have this or this, and you need to test for this or this to see what it is. None of these show any real intelligence. Because intelligence makes new things out of nothing. Newton was intelligent. He wanted to describe gravity, and he couldn't do it because he didn't have calculus, so he had to invent calculus, right? That's intelligence, okay? And I think that what we're seeing today as AI is actually a bunch of expert systems which are creating their own rule bases. But that isn't necessarily intelligence, right? So I think we still have a long way to go. And as a person who also takes a look at the human mind and the number of neurons in the human mind and the number of synapses in the human mind, the connections in the human mind, and the fact if you take these synapses and line them end to end, it'll go around the earth a couple times. We're still a long way away from something that can really create intelligence. And we don't even know how we think, okay? So a lot of these people, I think they developed a term, artificial intelligence, and they're selling it to make a lot of money. And the question is, to me, when do people realize what the limitations of this is and how badly is the market going to crash? That's a long-winded explanation. You're talking to the wrong person if you're looking for somebody who really likes AI. Now, I'll admit, I've seen AI do some pretty amazing things, and it helps to sort through, might be closer to facts. But the people that are using it to write code, the problem I have with that is if you ask it to write a piece of code today, and then 2 days later you ask it to write the same piece of code, it's going to be different code. And so how do you maintain that? How do you fix that tiny little thing that's wrong and be able to test that tiny little change that you need to test? That's a problem they haven't solved yet. And, so I'm not a big fan, really, of artificial intelligence. I think that more and more people are beginning to question the artificial intelligence model. But we'll see. I'm 75. I probably don't have that many more years to go, but my husband, he's only 31. He will. Okay. Any other questions?
Great presentation. Can you talk a little bit more about the quantum computing story that you gave us? The risk of it, if you're saying it's already been collecting, how bad is it for those out there that did not protect, and what do we do going forward to prepare for that?
The problem is we don't know, because there's been so many people who have broken in and simply stolen the data, and the data that was stolen, they say, well, it's encrypted, it's protected and stuff. I mean, when I started using RSA, I had a key length of 512 bytes. Then I went to 1024, then 2048, then 9000, I'm sorry, not bytes, but bits. And, I kept increasing it because computers kept getting faster and faster and able to break it in a shorter and shorter period of time. Quantum computing breaks that completely, okay? Because it's made up of 2 prime numbers. And the problem is the quantum computing can test each one of those possible combinations of prime numbers so fast that it's not hundreds of thousands of years anymore. It's 15 minutes. Now, it takes a certain power of quantum computing to do that, right? And the thing is, with quantum computing, it generates millions and millions of answers, but only a certain number of them are correct. And so what you do is you filter out all those incorrect numbers, and that's what they're working on right now. They're working on better algorithms to do that. They're working on having more what they call qubits in a processor to do that. There's lots of problems, but they keep working to solving them. And all I'm saying is we know we do have algorithms that quantum computers are not going to be able to break, at least not the way that they could break the ones we're using. So why not start using them? Okay, think about it. Start taking your data and encrypting it in a way that will be protecting you from when these quantum computers come out in force. Don't wait for the year 2000. Anybody else? Thank you all for coming. Don't forget the old buffs, the old farts buff.
So what's the cutoff for old farts?
Well, I'm gonna start. I think I'm just a guide on this. I don't want to be the center of this thing, right? So I'm just the guide, and I'm gonna say, okay, how many of you started programming at this time, and but it's not. It's the old farts thing is not your age or how long ago you started. A lot of it's influenced by your experience and stuff like that. So you would definitely be one person who could pipe up and say, no. But what inspired it? What inspired it is I've been listening to discussions on Facebook about things like the FSF and the GNU project and how it doesn't have any relevance anymore. And I say, you're assholes, right? If it had that, I mean, people say, well, what about BSD? Well, wait a minute. BSD was still being sued by USL in September of 1994. Yep. If I had waited for that suit to go away, NT would have won. Yep. Right? I couldn't wait. I didn't know when that was going to go away or if that was going to be solved. So, there's
Oh, hello? Yep. All right, sweet.
Hello, hello, hello. Sounds like, yeah, I am amplified. Hello, test. Oh, I have a cell phone next to the headphone wires. Are you getting like interference or something?
I'm presuming
It's not critical. It's just to hear the machines go ka-chunk, 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 you know? Yeah. Oh, now everyone can hear me. Try plugging it in. All right. Okay, it's plugged in.
select headphones. Okay. Is it making that sound? Okay, I think we got it. Oh, wait, did you unmute it?
Hello? Hello? Thank you, guys. All right, we are at time. Thank you, everybody, for showing up to the last talk of Saturday. I mean, what a big Saturday. If you went... That's right, yeah. So I really appreciate it because you could be having dinner right now, but maybe you had a late lunch, so that's cool, or you have a snack, that's great. My name is Kyle Rankin. I have been involved in Linux for a long time, sort of cut my teeth as a sysadmin, kind of pivoted over to security halfway through my career. I kind of have a leg in both, I guess you would say. Also an author, so I wrote a number of books about Linux over the years and was a columnist for about 10 years for Linux Journal magazine. Also, I've been at SCaLE a lot, so I realized earlier today that this is my 15th SCaLE that I've been to, and the 15th one I presented at. So my first presentations were like back at 8X, which I had to do a little bit of math to figure that out, which is a great segue into this talk, which is about talking about the UI lessons that we can get from antique calculators. All right, so let's jump right into it. So, brief introduction. It's really easy for us to take UI, like user interfaces, for granted. So, a lot of people, when they talk about UI, they will talk about things being intuitive, but intuitive is really a relative term. What does that actually mean? It probably means it's similar to something you already know. There's very few things that are actually intuitive. So like for instance, let's take the calculator. So this is a user interface for a calculator. For many of you, you might consider this the user interface for a calculator. If you were to be presented with this, most of us are of an age in which in school you were given one of these things and at some point in math courses and used it to do some calculations after you learned how to do it on paper maybe. But you would use, and if I gave you this kind of a user interface or something similarly shaped, you'd be able to, and it gave you some math problems, some basic arithmetic, maybe even some multiplication, you'd be able to crank it out on this no problem, right? So I have like 5,000 hobbies, but one of my hobbies is that I collect vintage calculators, all right? Things going back for the last, for mostly consumer models, so I don't have like anything from like the early 1800s or anything. But It started down the road of actually getting something like this. This is like a handheld pocket calculator that would fit in your shirt pocket. After this, people can come up and try this out if you want. I got one of these and I was just fascinated by how inside here there's no computer, right? But it's doing math. And it's doing math purely mechanically. And just that notion fascinated me and I wanted to learn more. And then I went down the rabbit hole that I always do. And now my office is kind of an antique calculator museum. So I have between 30 and 40 different antique calculators in my collection of different shapes and sizes. And when you collect vintage calculators, what you will discover is that the user interface of a vintage calculator varies widely across models. And I mean widely. And I don't mean, oh, well, the plus sign's a little bit bigger, it's in a different location. I mean, they're completely different. In fact, we're at SCaLE. I like very intelligent audience. I believe that many of you, if not most of you, would struggle if I were to give you any of my calculators in my collection, probably even including the one right here in my hand, and ask you to do a basic math problem without instructions. If I just handed it to you and said do 12 times 12, or even maybe even 12 plus 12, you might struggle to do it without instructions, all right? And this isn't because of any personal failing of yours. I found it the same way when I started getting these things. I would pick up one and like, how do I use this one? It's completely different from all the others. And this is because mechanical calculators, especially the desktop models, are incredibly complicated. They work via very intricate, complicated sets of mechanisms internally that perform calculations and do things like, oh, if I add a number to 9, I need to carry the 1 to the next register, and all that kinds of stuff. It does it all mechanically, things that we maybe take for granted unless you're doing it on pen and paper. So very complicated mechanism. When people were building and designing these calculators, they weren't focused on the user interface, except that they were focused on getting the machine itself to work. Can I create a machine that uses gears and mechanical mechanisms to perform math, all right? The UI was essentially how the engineer exposed the inner workings of this machine to the user, and that's it. It was like, and you'll see examples here, but that's pretty much what the UI was. Basically, this is similar to how most Linux apps are developed, right? A developer writes some software. Internally, they've structured their software with functions that do things. They understand the internal data structure, and when it gets around time to expose the UI to a user, they who deeply understand the software simply expose those functions. If it's a command line tool, every function is now a command line argument, and the arguments that went to that function are probably arguments to the command line argument, etc. Right? There's not really a whole lot of thought given to how would someone who's not me writing the software use it. So this talk, we're going to do a dive through the history of antique calculators. I'm going to give a number of different examples. Each of these have a distinct UI. These are all, well, most of these are ones in my collection. I'll call out the ones that I don't yet have in my collection. We're going to start back in 1874 with the original Oudner. And go all the way through, comptometers, which are fantastic. Oh, wow, it's really loud now. Sorry about that. All the way through to the digital age. And then at the end, we kind of like wrap it up with like, make it about Linux, talk about Linux a little bit. But I think you'll find it pretty obvious with the setup that I did. Each phase of this, you'll probably make your own parallels to Linux UIs you've used. All right, let's start with the original Oudner, 1874. Looks like this. All right. This is probably one of the first consumer calculators. So you can go way back, way before 1874 and talk about mechanical computation. This goes back along, like Charles Babbage, et cetera. Like you can go way back. And there are a lot of, this isn't like the first example of a mechanical calculator, but this is one of the early consumer examples where you would have someone, I mean, there's a couple of other examples, but this is one really took off and one that you still actually would see for many, many decades afterwards. This is known as a pinwheel calculator or a pinwheel mechanism. That's because if you were to look at it from the inside and take it apart, the mechanisms that allow it to perform math look like a pinwheel. And they rotate. And there are mechanisms internally to carry ones and do all of that great stuff. This calculator can perform the 4 main types of arithmetic, so adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing, which you might assume is a core competency of a calculator, but you're taking them for granted. But this one can do all 4, and because it can do all 4, it can do many of the other things that if you are clever, you can use those 4 main arithmetic functions to perform. To set numbers on this, you'll see at the very top, there's a bunch of little, and there's these little numbers. So to use this calculator, you would set your first number, your first digits, by sliding the slider down to the appropriate digit, 1 row at a time, till you have your numbers. Then you would rotate, next to the right is a handle. You would rotate that clockwise if you want to add, and you'd rotate it counterclockwise if you want to subtract. All right? If you want to multiply and divide, you do it kind of like you would do on pen and paper, where you take, for example, if you want to multiply 12 times 12 on a piece of paper, you would start with the 2, and you say 12. Basically, you're calculating 12 times 2. You write that down, you shift to the left, and then you do 1 times 12, essentially, and you add it together, and you get 144. Okay, so that's how you would do it here, too. You would do 12, and then you would shift, and you would do it twice, and then you'd shift, and then you do it again. So that's how you do multiplying. Dividing is the opposite. You'd shift all the way to the left. You would put your dividend into the calculator by adding it to the register. Then you set your divisor, and then you start subtracting like crazy until you hear it ding. There's an internal bell that when it underflows, maybe I marked this. Yeah, maybe I did. Yeah, I did, but it doesn't matter. You would crank it and subtract until you underflow, which means you subtracted so much it goes into the negatives. That triggers an internal mechanism that rings a bell. When you hear that bell, you now know, whoops, I underflowed, I need to add 1 more, and shift. Then you subtract, ding, add, shift. Repeat until you run out of digits, and whatever's left in the register is your remainder, and whatever's on the actual main register is your answer, your quotient. So when you're done and you want to clear, instead of pressing the AC button on your calculator, you see a couple of cranks at the bottom there. You turn them, and each one clears a different register. And I said this already, but there's an internal bell, like a physical bell, that aids division. So what's this like in practice? So I don't have an original Oldner from 1874. This is the oldest model in my collection. This is a Brunsviga, which is a clone. A different brand, a different company made a calculator along the same lines using the same design. So this is from around the 1890s. And I'm going to demonstrate now how to multiply 12 times 12 using a Brunsviga. Setting the registers. All right, now we shift. There we go, 144. All right, 12 times 12. All right, so let's scoot ahead not that far later, and we have the comptometer. The comptometer. I'm very excited about comptometers. I wasn't originally excited about comptometers. They look like this. You see this, you're like, whatever, man. Like, that's not nearly as cool as that other device that has these things flipping around or whatever. The comptometer is sweet. No arguments. Raise your hand, it's not going to be answered. Comptometer is awesome. But it doesn't seem like it. It seems pretty plain. But this is a speed demon. This is probably the fastest mechanical calculator ever made. And I would argue in the right hands, possibly even faster for some operations than some of the electrical mechanical calculators, like some I'm going to show you later for certain types of operations. Relatively simple design. There's some basic inputs that you have. You see these buttons here. There's not a whole lot going on, right? There's mode switching, so you're switching modes between adding and subtracting. There's a really steep learning curve for this calculator. steeper, I think, than some others. Particularly, there's some training manuals. There's a lot of training manuals. There's some vocational courses. In fact, I have like a little award pin that you would get in high school if you took a comptometer training course, so that you would have on-the-job training, so that you would be employable. Sort of like the CS courses you get in high school now. You get a little pin, and like I can get a job operating the comptometer when I get out of high school. Basically, this was the VI of mechanical calculators. Steep learning curve, but once you learned how to use it, boy, faster than anything else. All right. Yeah. Bill said correctly that it explains a lot by why I like it, and yeah, that's true. It can perform the four main types of arithmetic. You may be like, well, how in the world can you do that? You can. There are manuals that talk about how to perform square roots on the comptometer. So, it's deceptively simple. To add numbers, you press the button down that corresponds to the number you want to add. That's it. Press the number down, it adds it to the register. Boom. To subtract, though, you hold the subtract lever. You see these little metal bars down near the bottom above the numbers? Some of those are flat, so you can mark a decimal place, or you can mark like a thousandth or whatever. But the ones above that, the little shiny metal ones, are levers, and you up with your thumb, and as you do that and press down the numbers that you want to subtract, not the big numbers, if you squint, these little teeny tiny, those are what's known as the ones complement. And the thing about the ones complement is that is how you subtract through addition, all right? So if you want to subtract a number using addition, you add the ones complement and don't carry the 1. If you do that, then you end up with the subtraction. So the way this works, because it can only add, all this machine does is you push buttons and it adds. When you pull that lever, it just stops it from carrying the 1. That's all it does. But you have to know what the ones complement is, or more specifically, you look at those numbers, those small numbers, and you press those down. There's also a little lever to the side. All that's for is to clear the register. You're ready to clear, you throw the lever forward, pull it forwards, and it resets everything to 0. And that's pretty much it, all right? So, trained operators who were also in their day known as computers because they perform computations, operated without looking, all right? So you see an ad here. This is an ad for how comptometer was chosen, and this is one of the ones I have in my collection hanging on my wall because I'm a big nerd. So this one is advertising for Zenith, but this room is Zenith's computer room. This is the room where all the computers were working. As you can see, if you squint, they're not looking at the comptometer, all right? They are looking at a ledger with figures, and they are touch typing the comptometer, all right? Professional comptometer operators always operated without looking because they had to focus on the ledger. They had to keep their finger on the figure that they were adding or subtracting or whatever. You might notice, well, that's weird. Like these old calculators, and this one in particular was the first one that I showed you that has like all the numbers, right? You're like, that's weird. I'm used to kind of like just having like 0 through 9, right? But this used the full keyboard with corded key presses. They wouldn't, they wanted to add 123, they didn't go 1, 2, 3. They went 1, 2, 3 all together. So they would chord all the numbers. And if they had to do multi-digits bigger than that, they would do it usually about 3 at a time. And then they would shift. And again, without looking, they would shift. The other thing they did for extra speed was they stayed on home row. I don't know if you noticed, but it's a pretty big, long row of numbers. They didn't get above 5. They would stay at after the number 7, they would enter 3 and 4. They would never enter 7 because it was faster to hit 3 and 4 and stay on home row. It's the VI of calculators. I mean, come on. So later models added error detection. So here's the thing. The thing about a device that automatically adds when you press, it does if you fully depress the key all the way down. But what happens if you only have to press one of the keys? Say maybe you're pressing 3 keys at once, but one of them doesn't go all the way down. The comptometer may not register that addition. Well, then your calculations are off. Later on, comptometers added error correction into them, including the one that I showed the picture of before. It has error correction so that a press locks that register. So the next time they go to press a digit, that digit down anymore, and they're like, oh, this whole row, need to investigate and figure out and clear the computation. Made in 1887, these continued into production until the 1970s. This is how prevalent, because until the advent of digital calculators, this was the fastest game in town for a trained operator. If you had a computer room full of computers using these, you could, again, successfully perform all of your, like, calculate ledgers, do all this normal stuff that you would need to do, like in an accounting firm. So, wow, I gotta adjust that. So, how would you multiply in this thing? Well, all multiplication is repeated addition, right? So, I'm not gonna tell you how I'm gonna do it yet. I'm just gonna show you how on a comptometer you multiply 12 times 12. In case you didn't catch that, let me do that one again. So what I do, multiplied 12 twice, or added 12 twice, shifted, and added 12 again. And there we go, 144. All right, so let's skip ahead a little bit to the 1888 to Burroughs Company. Oh boy, look at this beauty. So this is made of cast iron, yes. It is very heavy, it has glass. I did not bring this one to scale. This is the Cadillac of business calculators, okay? Like if you've ever watched It's a Wonderful Life, when they go into Bailey Building and Loan, if you're like me, you pause it, and, well, you don't have to pause it because you already know it's there, but there's a scene where they pan across the bank, right, the building and loan, and one of these is sitting right there front and center because this is what banks would use to perform to do math. And like the thing about one of these is it has, you can kind of see it in the back, it has basically like a full typewriter setup in the back. They had different ones, but you could put a full sheet of paper, a full ledger in the back of these and roll it up and you would generate records. Right, the whole point of this was to put mortgage applications and other things on this. And some fancier models of this even have like buttons for months of the year so that you could print those out as well. So this is a class 1 adding listing machine. What do I mean by adding listing machine? Well, it can do two things. It can add and it can list what it added, which means it printed it on a piece of paper. All right, an adding machine that's not an adding listing machine just adds, all right? But an adder lister has that piece of paper. This one has green felt on it. You can kind of see it's still green felt. In a black case, this set the style of calculators for decades afterwards. In fact, you can kind of see next to it, you see this other calculator that's black and has green. No one, this model, including Burroughs, actually used green felt because it's kind of expensive. They would just paint it green. Why did they paint it green? Because this model had green felt and that was fancy. And so all the other models, including clones, the one next to it's not even a Burroughs, it's just a clone from like decades later, but basically all the calculators were either solid black or they were black with a green field in the front. So the other thing is, what's so cool about this one is there's glass in the front and the sides. And if you look, you can see you can see the mechanisms and the working. Up until recently when I was preparing this talk, I thought that was just because it looks so sweet, because it does. That's not why. Apparently, this was to counter the skepticism of customers who would come in and see someone using this newfangled box and entering numbers and doing calculations, and they wanted to show, no, there's mechanisms underneath that are performing correct calculations. So they actually exposed the mechanism, the inner workings, for that reason. Burroughs was kind of the IBM or Microsoft of its day, depending on what eras you're talking about for those companies. And what I mean by that is they had gigantic product lines of all kinds of different calculators, including like this. But what they would do is they would acquire competitors because this was a patent-heavy space. So someone would come up with a new improved design or some sort of thing, they would patent it, and because it's a mechanical patent, someone else would have to come up with another mechanical way to do it that didn't violate the patent. And so we come up with a better one. Burroughs would just buy the company, rebrand their products as Burroughs. So I don't have this, there's this really cool ad I don't have, and I couldn't find a good example of it that shows like 10 different Burroughs calculators of all the different, they have all the sizes, like this big Cadillac, they go all the way down these little desktop models. So how do you, this uses what I would call the standard adding listing machine UI, all right? So press numbers, add. Once you do that, you pull the lever. That creates the mechanical force you need to add to the register and to print onto the lister in the back. If you want to do multiplication, there's a little repeat button that you hit. Because normally when you pull the lever, it clears whatever keyboard. If you hit the repeat button, you can just crank, and every time it keeps adding that same number without clearing the numbers. If you press subtotal and pull the lever, it'll print the current total without the register. So if you just kind of want to see where you're at, you can also just look down numbers down there, but if you just want to print it out, if you actually want to clear the registers, the only way to do that is to press total, pull the lever, and it'll print the total and then clear the registers so you can start from scratch. You see these little red buttons on the top, that's if you want to clear one. Want that number to be pressed anymore, you made a mistake, you can hit the red button, it'll unpress that button. This doesn't subtract, this doesn't divide, it adds. And because it adds, it can multiply, but that's it. All right, because it can add and multiply, let's add 12. There we go. All right, so yeah, multiplying 12 by 12 on a Burroughs Class 1 from 1917. All right, Sunstrand. Let's skip ahead to the 20th century now. We're getting pretty advanced. This is a Sunstrand adding machine. This is the first adding machine that had like the standard, what we would consider the standard 10-key UI that we're all familiar with. It had an internal register that would track what buttons you pressed in what order. And then you would press the numbers in sequence, you'd and add. If you wanted to multiply, you'd press the repeat button just like the other one. No subtraction division in early models. Later models did add subtraction and division. Well, subtraction, and then via that, some level of division. Okay, so I don't have one of these. It's very sad. I really should, because it's one of the few examples of like this UI. I don't really have one of this. So that's just a note for myself later. That I need to get one. So I don't have an example of multiplying 12 times 12, unfortunately. So let's skip ahead to 1912, the Monroe. So this beast is pretty big. It's almost as heavy as the Burroughs, but it's not because it's not made of cast iron. So the Monroe Model F, which is what you're looking at here, was an attempt to improve the UI of the Oedner pinwheel calculators. Remember the first calculators I showed you that had like the sliders and stuff? They realized, you know, those sliders are kind of a pain. It'd be really cool if we like the mechanism, but we want to make a better UI. So what we're going to do is copy the UI mostly from some of these other adding machines that have this full keyboard. So we're going to take a full keyboard and combine it with the mechanism, the pinwheel mechanism, and we'll have a new calculator. So yeah, it's very similar to pinwheel mechanically, but it has a full keyboard instead of the sliders. So this is not as fast as the thermometer, but it actually really took off because it's faster to learn. So it's kind of like the Nano of adding machines, you know? So you still needed some training. It wasn't as fast, but you could learn it way faster. This can actually perform the 4 main types of arithmetic. So you press numbers on the keyboard to select them. You rotate the crank clockwise if you want to add, counterclockwise to subtract. There's a little knob. If you want to shift left and right when you're multiplying and dividing, you rotate that knob and it kind of lifts the back register up and shifts it over one way or the other. And let's do some multiplication. This is my Model F. This is from around 1915. Now you notice in this case, I didn't have to reset the numbers. The reason it's set, all I had to do was shift the register to the right. That's an efficiency gain, right? So let's play that again so you can compare that to some of the other ones. And if you were careful, you may have heard the ding when I rotated that. That's because that made enough vibration to ding the bell. This has a bell too, so when you're doing division, it did the same thing where you subtract, underflow, bell ding, add one, and shift. And because I don't want this to be a 2-hour talk, I didn't do any long division on any of these. Oh, actually with one exception. Not this one. The facet, 1932. So the pinwheel calculators are very popular. UI was weird. What you saw before was not the only attempt to improve the UI to be very intuitive, or more intuitive than the sliders. Facet also had an attempt. Looks like this. You're like, what? Yeah. So this is an attempt from a Swedish company to improve the pinwheel UI. The pinwheel calculators were very popular in that area, but they wanted to improve the UI. They took a different approach from Monroe. In that they did do 10 keys, and you did hit them in sequence a lot like the Sunstrand, but unlike the Sunstrand, I mean, look at that order. They made up kind of their own order for this UI. So you just sort of learn where they are and press those buttons and hope that you didn't mess up, all right? There's some display register in front, so when you hit the numbers in sequence, it would show in the front what number you just entered so you can see what it was. You can always clear those, of course. You'd rotate the crank clockwise to add, counterclockwise to subtract. There's a little shift button in the front. You hit that button, and instead of like turning that crank that I did before to flip things over, hit the button, it shifts left, it shifts right, depending on which button you press, which is pretty handy. What's really nice about this one is there's a one-handed clearing of all the registers. So on some of these, you have to turn a bunch of cranks. This one's designed for one-handed operation, so those two registers, you kind of with one hand can grab both of these levers and squeeze them, and it clears both of those registers, which is pretty. I don't have an original facet. This is a clone. This is actually a white label from RC from the late 1940s. They were an importer of facets into the US, and so they would rebrand their RC Allen, but obviously same mechanism and everything else. So let's do some multiplication. And if you notice here, what's nice about some of these calculators is you can see the full operation here, because many of these calculators not only show you the number that you're adding, if you're fortunate, or if you have like this one shows you what you're multiplying by. It also keeps track of how many times you turn the crank, and when you shift, it moves that over and increments that, so you can actually see what you're multiplying by. And then you obviously have the answer as well. March and silence speed, 1934. Look at this, buddy. Yeah, this is a pretty crazy one. So there's a lot of electromechanical calculators. So all these calculators are mechanical, but there are a lot of these calculators also created electromechanical models. And what I mean by that was some of the first models, basically if there's like a lever or something that they just needed physical force to cause a thing to happen, they would replace it with a motor. You'll see a lot of Burroughs ads that's same exact model, but they just have like an electric motor strapped to it and you plug it in, all right? And they may have added maybe an extra button to engage that motor, but that's pretty much it. However, eventually, some calculators were designed completely around the electromechanical approach, including this one. So this is the March and silent speed. I put that in quotes not just because it's a title, but silent is relative. But this is an incredibly sophisticated example. As someone who's taken it apart, there's like this crazy set of nested planetary gears in the register. So when you see it operate in a minute, you're going to notice that some of the registers kind of like go halfway through sometime before they settle. And that's because there's these crazy nested planetary gears that cause it. That's how it handled carrying the one, as it were. This allows, because it's electromechanical, this allows direct multiplication and division using buttons. It actually has a multiplication button. It has a division button on it. You don't have to just do repeated addition, which is pretty nice. This is also used in the Manhattan Project, along with like slide rules and other stuff, but this was actually a model that was part of that project. Not the one I own, but this type of calculator. These are vulnerable to the divide by zero errors, actually. So if you were to enter a number and then just hit divide, you're dividing by zero. You haven't entered anything to divide a divisor. So it just starts cranking, and it starts cranking. And it doesn't know what, it just keeps going, it keeps going. And many labs, in fact, you start reading the history of these, many labs at universities that would have these would have big problems with students burning them out because they would divide by zero and then like not know what to do and just sort of leave or whatever and burn the motor out. These actually have an emergency, oh no, I did it button that you can press. It says it's a red button. And you hit the red button and it actually just stops all operations. It's just sort of like, nope, and then you're done, all right? So, whoa, let me scoot ahead here, okay. So this one, I'm not just gonna multiply 12 times 12, I'm actually gonna calculate pi. So I'm gonna use a sort of a traditional approach of approximating pi, which is you divide 355 by 113. So this is how you would approximate pi using a march and silence speed. Shift all the way. There you go. With a remainder of 23. So let's try that again, just in case you didn't catch it the first time. Shift all the way over. 355, enter 113, hit the divide button. So all the calculators weren't necessarily desktop calculators. Portable calculators also existed. I'm not going to dwell as much on this as some of the other ones, these portable calculators. But for example, there's the Adiator. I have an example here. 1923 was when they were invented. This was designed to go in your shirt pocket. This was known as like a pinwheel or a shepherd's hook design, a shepherd's hook mechanism. And what I mean by that is you'll notice kind of on the top, and you can come afterwards if you want to play with one, there's like a hook shape. So to add with one of these, you take a stylus out and you put it in the number you want to add and drag down. Unless, when you put the stylus in the number, it's red. Or when you drag it all the way down, you get like this warning red thing on the top that says, you overflowed. And then you're like, oh, whoops. So I have to drag it and physically carry the one over the shepherd's hook, and it will carry the one to the next register, all right? This one in particular has two sides, so if you want to add, you put the numbers in this side, and when you're ready to subtract, you flip it, and then you do the same thing on the other side, all right? These are great with Scrabble, actually. This is my favorite way to tally up Scrabble scores. There's also the addometer. There's a series of different types of models of addometers. This was invented in 1927. These were more like a rotary dial, and you would stick a stylus in, and start rotating, and it says that the instructions actually on the top, which is pretty nice UI to tell you how to use it. You'd rotate counterclockwise to add, and you would turn clockwise to subtract. Did I get it wrong? Yeah. Turn to the left. Well, that's not very helpful, is it? To subtract it, yeah, I got it wrong. So you drag it all the way down. And so anyway, but what you notice is there's two sets of numbers. So the bigger numbers is where you put the stylus to add, and the smaller number is where you'd put it if you were subtracting. Because of the internal mechanism, that's just how it had to work to physically work. You had to know how to do that. If you squint on this one, you'll notice something strange. The first sets of digits are 0 through 9. Then it goes to 11, which is pretty sweet. Didn't stop at 10, didn't stop at 9. It is one louder, yeah. So why does it go to 11? And if you go to the right of the 11, you'll notice it has fractions. All right, and this is pretty common. A lot of these handheld ones would help you with fractions, and they'd have common fractions. You could add those. This was designed for carpenters who were adding measurements, like physical measurements of things they were working on. The one that goes to 11 measures inches. So the idea is you're adding inches, and when you carry the one in inches, you have a foot. So the one next to the 11 is feet measurements. And there's all kinds of different ones that for like the British currency before standardization and all of that stuff, there's all kinds of stuff like that too, which we won't get into. Oh, the Curta. I love the CURTA. 1938, probably the finest engineered portable calculator. Many would say the finest calculator, period. I'd probably agree, but I got to be careful. I'm a bunch of geeks out here. You say something's superlative, something. I have a counterexample. So this is that original Othner I showed you, that pinwheel mechanism, shrunken down and condensed into a portable pocket-sized container. Some people call this like a math grenade. It's about that size. This can perform the four main types of arithmetic. You can expand on that to do all the other things. You slide the sliders, kind of like the pinwheel calculator, but you slide these sliders to set the digits. You turn the crank clockwise or counterclockwise, depending on what operation you're doing. You lift the cylinder and twist to shift left or right. I don't have one of these. These are really expensive. If you don't know, like a lot of geeks really like this model. I mean, I get it. It's really sweet. They start at like $1,000, whereas most of these other things, most of these other calculators in my collection, you can probably find them for like somewhere between 20 and 50. Some really nice examples, maybe $100, sometimes more. But yeah, these start at like 1,000 and go up from there for sure. The question was, how much did they cost when they were originally sold? I don't know. There's also a cool, interesting story about this, which I won't get into because this is a UI talk. Now let's get back to the 60s. And now we're entering the digital age. So goodbye, clickety-clack. So digital calculators started appearing in the 1960s. These were much quieter than mechanical calculators to start with, all right? They're faster than electromechanical calculators were at performing calculations. Way fewer moving parts and much less maintenance. Something that you may not realize is that along with these adding machines that and calculators you would buy as a business, you would get a maintenance contract. And you would have people that would come to those offices, just like a typewriter repair person, who would come to the offices and routinely need to perform maintenance, oil things, repair things. I mean, I have a different model that I brought to SCaLE to demo, and I was showing Bill last night and started cranking, and one of the registers now needs to be repaired. Like I was trying to reset, and there's basically an internal clutch that got stuck, I'm pretty sure, because it has old oil and grease, and over time that gets kind of sticky. And so 9 times out of 10, if you get into this hobby and you want to repair these things because they don't work, all you need to do is sort of take them apart a little bit, clean them and oil them, and then magically they start working again. But you still have to do that. Digital calculators, nope. There's no oiling of a digital calculator. The other thing that's interesting is the UI is now for the first time decoupled from the mechanism. The person designing the UI for these calculators didn't have to think about, well, how do I engage this mechanism within the calculator to then do turn gears and do all this stuff? How am I going to power it? All they really had to think about was, they actually started thinking more about the user. How should they input numbers into this thing? And if you notice, they pretty much settled on the 10-key UI that we still use today. They felt at the time that that's probably the most intuitive, or at least the easiest to use of the UI. So what does this all mean? Lessons for Linux. So for starters, I'm not a UI expert, all right? I don't pretend to be. But what I've gathered from my time talking to people that are interested in this and being a user myself is that empathy seems to be really important when you're building UI. You actually need to think about things from the other person, the user's perspective instead of your own. The thing is, it's natural to develop to treat your UI as just an extension of the code underneath. But you've seen some of the consequences if you only expose internal mechanisms to the user and you're not really thinking about how they're going to use it. So some suggestions. If you're building something that has a CLI, I would avoid a CLI that basically just mirrors the internal functions and data structures that you know and just exposes them directly to the user. All right, think about how they're actually going to use it. So I'm kind of looking at UTC and IP tables. And there's plenty of other examples, but I felt safe calling those out as some examples. I would say take advantage of muscle memory and conventions when it makes sense. There are certain things, some people just sort of like, I'm just going to experiment with random UI. I think it looks nice or whatever. That completely goes against conventions. Sometimes that muscle memory and those conventions are very beneficial. Someone comes to your software completely with not knowing how to use it. It's nice if things are maybe where they might expect them to be. So, for example, why are like all the core Pac-Man flags uppercase? Why uppercase S for like the main way that you would install software? Why uppercase R to remove packages? I don't know. I'm not a big Arch user. I just, like, every time I run across that documentation, because I'm on Arch's website all the time because their docs are sweet, as everyone knows. They're like great docs. But I watch Pac-Man stuff. I'm like, I don't get it. Like, why is it uppercase to begin with? Like, you know. Anyway, small rant. This said, be willing to leave conventions behind. Not everything that we do is always the right. The way that we've always done it isn't necessarily right. You also need to balance this advice with the willingness to maybe change the UI if you're like, maybe the way we've always been doing it kind of sucks. All right. Main question is, how far can a user get with your software without a manual, with no training? If you just handed someone your software, could they use it? That's basically, I would say, the foundational question for your UI, in my opinion. So for example, how many Linux installers still basically expect you to have deep knowledge of the distro to install it? Does that make sense for a new user coming into the distro who doesn't actually, like, I'd like to try this distro out. Okay, well first let me develop my deep distro knowledge so I can answer the questions to install the distro so that I can then develop the deep distro knowledge, right? Does make sense. But here's another thing is, what if, sort of like the digital calculators, what if you could actually completely decouple how your software works from how it's used? One of the reasons that digital calculators settled on that 10-key UI at the time was because they no longer had physical constraints. They were no longer bound by, well, the mechanism is this big, and it has to fit in this shape, and we have to be able to have a lever when you press a thing to trigger this other thing. They didn't have to worry about that. They just know, I have buttons, and it sets things electronically. So they could think about the UI completely independently from how it operated under the hood. And I guess I would finally leave you with this. Even the current calculator UI, the thing I opened up with, isn't intuitive, actually based on technical limitations. The reason that when you open a calculator app on your phone and it has that same thing is because it's how they always did it, at least for a couple of decades. And the reason they always did it that way was that was the best way to technically input those numbers when digital calculators appeared only, right? That's not necessarily the best way to input numbers on a smartphone or something that doesn't have those physical limitations. For example, you give a kid a calculator for the first time, it's not necessarily intuitive how to perform arithmetic on it, right? Many kids, if you were to have them do arithmetic, they probably open up a search bar somewhere, type in the functions, and get an answer. Or better, they might even just talk to a voice assistant, give it the arithmetic, and have the answer come back, right? Like, that seems like basically what I'm trying to say is decouple yourself from the technical limitations and think about what the user interface could look like if those technical limitations went away, even for calculators. Thank you very much, and open for questions. All right, any questions? Oh, yeah.
Do you know why the first digital calculators decided to use the 10-key mechanism? Was there any specific design constraint or reason that they decided to do it?
I don't know of any particular, I don't have access to any sort of discussions or determining where I saw them determine that. I think, guess, this is just a guess, is that they looked at the available UIs that they could draw from, everything from the comptometer, which is still being made, all the way to all the other things. And I think they looked at the sun strand and they said, we actually don't, it was from like 1 through 9, or sun, which is small. We wanted to make it small. And I think that's why they settled on that more than anything. Any other questions?
Yeah, what do you think about HP and reverse Polish notation? Was that an honest attempt to improve the UI, or were they going in another direction?
I think reverse Polish notation was an attempt to provide something that was helpful for a power user, not something that was intuitive for anyone who would learn math traditionally. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, great talk. So, you know, as you were going through your slides, the movie Imitation Game came to my mind, where with Enigma being kind of a mechanism for doing similar stuff mechanically as well.
Mhm.
I'm just wondering if you ever took a deep dive to understand how that system works to implement encryption.
Yeah, I never. Oh, the Enigma is another missing piece of my collection. Of course, now I mean, they're millions of dollars, right? I didn't do a deep dive into how the Enigma worked. I've looked at it a little bit. There's other really cool cryptographic mechanical calculators that are out there. You can still, for only a few $1,000s or maybe a few $100s, sometimes you can find some of those that were like lesser used. They weren't actually the Enigma that's like some other country used it post World War II or something. Yeah, I mean, so I haven't looked into it too deeply. I would love to have one. I would love even to have a reproduction of one, but they're really complicated to make apparently, and like the machining cost of like rebuilding one of those things apparently is the reason that you don't see a lot of them anymore. Yeah, it's open knowledge in how it's made, but recreating them requires like the mechanical precision to create all the individual parts. By hand, we would mass produce it, but it would be incredible cost to create the dies and molds and all this stuff, because it's kind of, to machine all of the parts. Yeah.
I'm just wondering about, where did you find all these antique calculators? Because I'm interested in antiques myself, but I kind of would like to find some myself.
Yeah, so where I found these is a blend of basically 3 places. So antique stores are a great place to find these. They will show up. I haven't checked the antique mall down the street here since I've been here, but yeah. So often in the past, I've seen 1 or 2 there. In addition to sometimes thrift stores will still have them. In particular, handheld units, like these kinds of things, you'll see turn up in thrift stores quite a bit, or flea markets or things like that still. eBay is another great choice, and I actually have part of my collection I got from Craigslist. Actually, about 4 pieces of my collection, some of my prime pieces I got from a collector who passed away, and his wife had a garage full of, I kid you not, like 300 typewriters, and probably 100 adding machines and calculators of different vintages, probably like 4 or 5 comptometers. That Burroughs I showed you, probably 3 or 4 of those. And she's just like opening it up for, like come and buy these things, and she had someone appraise them and stuff. So I went through and bought like 3 or 4 from this sort of like a estate sale.
Before computers became popular, I know that there was something called a real programmable paper computer from Instructo McGraw-Hill. Have you ever heard of those before?
I have not heard of that. No. So yeah, I haven't heard of the programmable paper computer. But yeah, thanks for mentioning that. Yeah.
Anybody else? Well, thank you very much for one.
Thank you, everybody, and of course, talk in the hall too.